Okay, everything works again. Fantastic stuff. I had to troubleshoot 15 different things, but everything works again. Nice. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the mess that happened. I will not sugarcoat it. My connection with the servers are compromised, let's say, and I have to find different ways to get through it. So we are effectively back in the race. I have the slight impression that the full leaderboard is not having a good time right now, so everything is shuffled for the time being. It's 9:30, and the change had to happen about 20 minutes ago. Again, apologies. I am trying the best possible, and to be fair, I am just trying. I can't physically do anything since it's a problem to the connection in a place that it's not in my house. So, with kind of a bit of creativeness, I managed to get through it. Welcome again, I'm Chris Romano, and for the next 2 hours, I'll be in the commentary room. After me, it's going to be John. Once again, oh, there is a crash here! Over Megan's! Instantly, there is a crash in front of us, the number 8, involved in an incident. So already, we saw it live. Apparently it was a contact with another BMW, the M2. I have no idea which one it was, but I certainly want to see it again because it was quite peculiar. Let's go into a replay quickly with all of my 12 FPS, because the replay in ACC with this track and the amount of people is slightly glitched. And so this is what happened. Oh, he just closed the door a bit too early. And that's what happened. The BMW 930 had the worst fate, clearly. And Ori Megans, more damage to number 8, which had, let's say, a bit of a difficult time so far. And then there is here the battle for, okay, another contact. This time it's between the Nissan number 111 and the 899 John Dalton, going for a pit maneuver on Wawa Walger. Just on Film's Garden. Apparently every time I look at somebody, someone's crashing. I'm a bit scared to go to the next person then. So far the leaderboard sets George Booby going for his solo run in position number 1 sees him solo driving the whole time. Okay. Time to solve some things. Nick Bobbin sits for now in second place as Ian Russell follows in third. The 76 currently sits in fourth place. Unfortunately, because of this 10 minutes that I had to lose. I don't know if it's because of a pit cycle. I suppose it is. And your top 5 is completed by Luke Addison in a 112 Lexus, about a minute in front of Pascal Giraud. And then follows Emil Vogel, Julian Sauer, Benny Gladigau, and Stefan Primosar in the P-Speed Racing. In the meantime, there's also a battle here for 14th place. Stefan Behrens in number 8. After the damage sustained, I think he's going to be slightly slower than Tumara Tokota. And the car here is currently sitting in 14th. Tumara Tokota barely behind. Only 1 second between the two. Situation in GT4 and M2 remains quite crystallized from early on. The number 5 still in the lead, with Sergio Sebastian in the 437 following in second and third for Noah Sebulla. Chris Warner follows and Jacob Burteler in the final of the top 5 spots. Let me have a look and see if everything works again. Yeah, everything works again. Fantastic. Let me just see if also it's okay. Connection is stable. The video is somehow I gained more FPS than earlier. I'm honestly out of answers. There are too many questions and too few informations. I have no idea. Tomorrow Tokota now basically being Behrens' shadow, who is currently having some trouble overtaking one of the GT4 cars. That's you can see that's the one in the 41st place. It should be one in 44. So there's a contact. Speaking of which, the number 8 collides with said car. That was Matt Evans. Oh, that was Matt Evans. Apologies. That was the number 200, I think. Maybe I was picking up the incorrect one. Probably. Pretty sure it was. And a contact happened between Behrens and Tomara Tokota. Unfortunately, the M4, with a bit of a pit maneuver, has been taken out of sight from Behrens' perspective. Wonder if it's going to be a penalty, that one there. Let's see if penalty board will enlighten itself. It was not 800. We'll never know which car it is then, since it doesn't let me see it. As the number 800 laps, there should be one of the Lexus. There are many Lexus here, so that should be. Where is it? There should be 1, 2. That's a 951, apologies, with Amirul Naim in the apex per BRM per Bego Racing, following the leader in the Dottige Who. Vladimir Wu in the end was the number 31, which is in 40th place. I just missed by a single position, but then I couldn't find it. It was Gente Bars in the Racehouse Esports, car number 31, just behind the last of the GT3s, which is a 999, currently in 39th place. So as it stands, effectively, Tomara Tokota remains the closest car to another. Still damp conditions, and realistically, is going to remain damp for a good chunk. We just missed the rain that happened for only 10 minutes. It was a very quick one, but the track is now up, and it's 9 o'clock now. In game, it's 18 past 9 to be precise. But this means that the next rain phase will probably be a bit more of a struggle than it was so far, because the track is getting colder and colder, and this means that the surface will remain damp for longer, and this opens up the possibility to go into wet tires, even if it doesn't rain anymore, and if it rains for, let's say, only 10 minutes. Realistically, we will see this strategy change in the night hours, in which there is no sun and there is only darkness. So in about an hour, in about not even an hour. I think in 40 minutes we should get into that that phase in which a slight rain, a sprinkle, a drizzle, call it however you want, is going to impact way more than it has been so far. And as I said, two pairs of wet tires. At this point I just roll with it. 2 pairs of wet tires could become a valid and reasonable answer to the weather changing. Right now it's just damp, not enough for wet tires, and the dry tires can still deliver. So that's going to be interesting towards the 50% mark, which will happen in the 3 hours and 45 minutes. I hope you all had a good time so far, and connection issue aside, which again, apologies, I physically can't control it. It's literally it's basically outside my region for how much it's far, the problem. But I should have resolved it, at least for now. As the 570, oh, there is a contact with 2 cars. That's a 570, but I think another car was involved there. It was Rafael Henke in the racing group Asocial 570, and I think it was the 717, the other one involved in the incident. So let's have a look. Can't. Let's go from this camera, maybe. Can see maybe. Oh, ooh, that's the car going into the grass. Oh, that was the Mustang. It was a Mustang getting involved in the incident, and then nearly another car. That was the BMW. I think it was the 810 from early on. I think it was the 810 from early on. Let's see from the front. Should be. Yes, it is. It is the 810. Nearly getting involved for a second time in an incident. But the other car was Mustang and GT3. Speaking of GT3, there is Julian Koenig and Wova Walger battling for position number 23. The Nismo GTR currently sitting in 24th place. The 111 is possibly going to lose the position on the Team Purple Deluxe number 222, currently in 24th place. As they go around the Chevy Camaro, the GT4 category, Julian Koenig is effectively now position upper, or is he? He is now in, oh yes, he will stay behind. Meanwhile, just behind them, Benny Gladigau successfully overtook Julian Sauer for 8th place. The 137 is now in 8th place, and next objective is a minute in front. Meanwhile, Nikolai Polyakov, car number 48th place at the moment. It's not really having a good time so far. The car is in 6th place. But if there is some damage to the car, that could put the number 40 a bit out of their position. Meanwhile here, Koenig still hasn't successfully overtook the Nismo GTR. It's going to stay like this for now. Unless the Team Purple Deluxe, which is called the Rocket in the bottom part of the screen. But as it stands, nothing is changing here. Still nothing getting through. The 222 that remains in some difficulties. Meanwhile, Ian Rochelle, for a brief moment, a yellow flag appeared on the name. Sauer lost some more time to the car in front now. And there is Marachella getting overtaken by an M2. It was Fabio Grenier overtaking Marachella for Moxie Motorsport. So the 7 is technically 4th in the M2 class. Not a great achievement so far for them. Here the Nismo GTR still tries to defend. I think there was a contact between the BMW and the GTR for a brief moment. Walger still trying to defend the position, number 23. And so far, he's been successful in it. Managing to remain in 23rd. Meanwhile, here, Naim and Tomaro Tokota. For Tokota Esports, with the McLaren struggling a bit. And that's Naim overtaking the Tokota Esports. Sliding a bit there. Oh, that's not the car in complete control. And then there is a 555 that also showed up with a yellow flag for a brief moment. Seems like it's going back in its own wheels. And Matteo Nocentini, yellow flag. This time it's the 164 getting involved. Where is it? Oh, it's easy. Oh, there is another car. Okay. 164. Trouble for the Italian team. For the Mary Reparto coaching. As we go back here for now. 222 with Julian Koenig. Team Papa Deluxe without success so far into managing the pass for position. A little information to the car in 9th place. Right now, Julian Sauer lost another 4 seconds from the latest update, as there is a incident time in the investigation 31 and 28 under investigation for what happened in lap 552. I think that's not correct. And one in lap 47 under investigation. So whatever it was in lap number 552 was not the correct one. I'm just as confused as you are, and that's the overtake between the Nissan and the BMW, with the BMW going very wide and very deep on the brakes to try to make the overtake. And the pass successful, and Koenig finally gets ahead of the Nismo, who itself gives the way to the CRT car, which I think is the car in 8th place. Can confirm that. Benny Gladigau. So there is an NFA for whatever happened in lap 552. I'm not even questioning at this point, honestly. The last 30 minutes have been messy, and I'm just accepting everything at this point. I will take everything for passable. As it stands, Ferdolson Forsberg, 33rd overall. Remember that there were 35 duty frees, so they are in front of at least 3 duty frees. Which one is in 38th place at the moment? And this is the 999. They have been doing a wonderful race. Okay, this was close. Sorry. As I was saying, the number 5, they've been doing a wonderful race. It was about to get crushed into debris. The second I mentioned it, Forsberg somehow survived my commentator curse. Sergio Sebastian follows 35 seconds behind. Currently, the Khaled Racing team 437 is having way better luck compared to their sister team, the 436, which is the 438, apologies, which is in 46th place. Then Cebulla has been. Oh, there was a car in the grass there. Has been battling in the field. That was Arsenio Bobedinski actually overtaking Walger. That was a pass for position, while Walger was in the grass. It was a car in the background. I think also in the wall, probably. So yeah, in 25th place. The car you just saw was the one that's about to get into a dogfight with Julian Sauber. Julian Sauber has been quite slow in the last few laps, and Stefan Vilmozar may be able to get in front of the number 23 with the BL Benito concepts, his green Porsche, which reminds me a lot of Rexy in the IMSA World Attack Championship. It's Porsche against Porsche in any case, so it's all about the setup and the driver, because it's very important, the thing between the wheel and the boot. And there is a 60-second time penalty, 1 minute for the Infelix Racing number 8 for the contact with a 930. I said 180 earlier. I thought it was a 180, I'll be honest. It was the 930, sorry. With the BMW M2, the orange and black one. 60 seconds, so Stefan Behrens currently fighting with Michael Bremer and actually passing him right now. But it's completely useless, since the car will have to remain stationary for an entire minute more. And this could put... no, this will put the car... actually, not sure. It could be 17th or 16th. Because between Tomara Tokota and Herman there is exactly 60 seconds. But also considering... okay, no. No, wait. Yeah, effectively. So Herman at this point just needs to gain about 6 seconds to get ahead of the number 8. Let's go 10 for safety. They have to gain them on the number 8. So it's a bit difficult. They could gain the place, but it's unlikely as it stands. So Behrens will lose probably 3 places and will shuffle in the order into position number 16. In the meantime, oh, there is a contact! Oh, there is Michael Bremer that collided with the BMW M2. And, oh, that's the McLaren! The McLaren is off. Tomara Tokota, speaking of which, crashed into the BMW that was sitting in the middle of the racetrack. And unfortunately, that's a car demolished for the 136. Let's have a look at what happened. As you can see, the 707 for Osgitz Racing gets tapped. Actually, no, it doesn't get tapped. It does it all by itself and unfortunately sits in the middle of the race cut, in which the McLaren crashes completely. And now, unfortunately for the 136, that's possibly the race over. Because I'm not sure how lengthy the pit stop will be for Tomara Tokota and the Tokota Esports number 136. Very unfortunate. I was just speaking about it and about the fact that Hürman couldn't jump a place. Well, I think this changes. Kelvin Hürman will be able to jump a place, just not the one I had in mind. Very unfortunate. So that's part of it. Even if it's not your fault, you still get the consequence of others' actions. I thought there was a tap between the BMW and one of the Ferraris. There actually wasn't a single contact between the two. Another 136 is into the pits, but I guess it's going to be a very lengthy pit stop. Meanwhile here, Stefan Wimosar for Pit Speed Racing and Julian Sauer in the middle of the fog. It's so cool that there is fog in this section of the racetrack. And that's very close between the two. 23 is not really holding up. Trying the best possible to remain ahead. But Julian Sauer has to do it for a long time. As it stands, Wimosar is quicker than Sauer in the lap times, and to add more proofs, this could be the Pit Speed Racing getting ahead. Although, oh, that's actually Sauer into the grass. He goes, loses the place, and that's the overtake done for Stefan Wimosar. Gets into 9th place, Julian Sauer in 10th. But the lap times are completely different. Look at them. 8:41, 8:33 in the last two laps. 8:44, 8:41. It's just not the same. In the meantime, for all the reasons, Vasquez Rodriguez is now leading, but he's not leading. It will be updated afterwards, I suppose. I want to take a moment to get back to the incident from early on. Just want another perspective of it from the 136. Let's see the onboard. So this was I wanted to show this, but I couldn't. The game decided that I couldn't see it. So this is what had to be shown. So as you can see from here, that's Tomara Tokota going into Plant's Garden all by himself, pretty calmly. Then there is there a car in the middle of the way, and then the crash that happened afterwards. As Florian Eicher, 12th place Lexus in the wall. That's a number 3 in the wall. Struggling to get back up to speed. What happened to the number 3? A yellow flag for number 3 that had a moment. Into the double left-hander. Oh, impossible to break there. Can he at least get away with it? Oh, yes, he can. I don't think he collided hardly with wall. It was pretty soft as an impact. luckily for them. Some Berens follow, but again, a minute of penalty for this car, so realistically this is the car that has to be taken into consideration for the position to change. Quite a difficult time for Amilo Naim, being in the middle of the duo, which is composed of the two Infelix cars. Number 8, which has a penalty, and the other, which I can't see which one it is. Oh no, but it's not the Infelix, it's Adapter Racing. I keep mixing them for an Infelix Racing. Speaking of which, the very same Infelix went sideways for a moment. But Adapter Racing has to give the way, that's number 33. The track is now greasy. No rain on the horizon. It's staying pretty clear so far. There is another incident under investigation. The number 88 was also very close to... Oh, that's Sidruk. Team Nitro, once again, triggering a yellow flag. Team Nitro not really having a good time so far. It's been a very difficult race for them. It's the same Team Nitro that won the championship, the International Endurance Series, by practically an entire race of difference. But it's just that something clearly didn't click this time. Now they are in complete struggle. There is a 15-second time penalty for the 3-1-2. That's a Madcap Racing Bentley. Incident in lap 50, about 80 minutes ago. Now Arseny Pobedinski is challenging Julian Koenig. This will be for 22nd place. Since there is only one fight in the M2 class, GT4 is... there is a bit of an odd thing with the GT4 class, because nobody's really far away from anybody else. They are all pretty spread out. Okay, no, there are a couple of places obviously completely spread out, but there are some that are 15 seconds only, and consider that this has been going on for 9 hours already. 15 seconds only is not much, especially in the Nürburgring. But nobody's close enough to trigger a fight at the same time. And now Pobedinski trying to find a way to get a lasting advantage over the rival. This is now also the battle between Aish, Berens and Naim, although Berens shouldn't be considered considering the penalty. Berens now gets in front of Aish, but the real objective for the defense is now behind, directly behind. And there's Julian Koenig in the grass. with Anthony Pobedinski following now a second further behind, and that's also the Pit Speed Racing Porsche about to pass through. So battle there will go in hold. Oh, that's the 136 again, triggering a yellow flag. This time the 136 had a bit of a better outcome, not a complete destruction of the car. It was a 208 seconds long pit stop. The car was so damaged it was 3 minutes long, the repair time. They've lost a third of a lap. More than a third of a lap, actually. And now they are in 26th place. Dakota Esports, very unfortunate. And now the track is back to optimum conditions. But the next time it rains, it may be... This chair is really struggling to exist right now. Aerodynamics is only 3 times behind Aish. As I was saying, okay, I should just jump sentences. The next time it rains, it may be slightly different, considering it's going to be nighttime and it's going to be colder. In the meantime, here Aerodynamics practically following as closely as possible the Lexus up ahead. Now the headlights are on and are going to be used because the only other light source inside the Nordschleife, the other sources are provided by the campsites in different parts of the circuit. For example, the one in the first couple of corners in the Nordschleife, the one into Fast Garden. Otherwise, it's only your headlights. And this will become a huge problem for whoever crashes from now on. Because if you then don't have lights, you don't see anything. That's going to be a pretty interesting factor. $75 is the number of cars on track at the moment, out of 80 that started the race. 35 GT3s, 25 GT4s, 20 M2s. And in terms of cars in other classes, we've got a GT3 in the middle of the GT4s and one GT4 in the middle of the M2s. With the number 7 that is practically 4th in class, except it's a wrong class, and the 999 which is 5th in the GT4 class. So both of them are not having the best race possible. That was the Lexus into the wall. That was one of the 2 Lexus into the wall. That was the red and white one in the number 951. Into the wall they went. And so this created a bit of gap right there. And right now there is the battle here for 42nd place overall, which translates into 9th, but the battle already ended since Felix here is now into the pits. The number 88 on the GP circuit, still trying to get ahead of the 222. Could it happen here in the Dunlop curve? Doesn't seem like it. We remain one after the other. And it's a battle between B and Woods, so it's not really about difference in BOP. It's just the same car. The only things that change are the setup and the driver. But this time, Sergio Pobedinski goes on the inside line, on the left-hander. And that's the 88 for replay that gains 1 spot. Now the number 28 is back in the fight for position, this time with Amir Lunaim and Florian Aish. There is a yellow flag somewhere on track, I just don't know where. Oh, it's 699 in the pits, that's why there's a yellow flag triggered. I hope everybody's having a good time so far. The stream has been going on for 9 hours and 10 minutes. Although there has been a 20 minutes sort of, let's say, pause because of connection issues. I don't even know how to describe it. An old not working in my country, it's a bit out of my say it's a bit out of my abilities for it to be resolved. We are still here with Michael Bremer. This car last time around lapped in 8:29.6. It's probably going to be quicker this time around, considering the track is back to optimum conditions. Again, a bit cold, but not too cold. Still a good 15 degrees, which at nighttime is perfectly doable. We are in the AFL region, so it's also pretty usual in the summer, because the time, as you could probably guess by the fact that it was still sunny at 9 o'clock, is based on the real weather in which the 24 hour of Nürburgring takes place, which usually it's in May/June. For example, this year it was in June. Next year it's going to be in the final weeks of May. I can't remember if it's the last weekend or the second to last weekend, so I just say weeks of May. Okay, now I have to look around about it because I can't really remember. Let me just check. 2026. The Ravenhall 24 hour is in... Oh, okay, I was correct, it's 2 weeks to the end. It's on 14th to 17th of May 2026. And it's highly likely we will also see Max Verstappen racing in it. Apparently, based on rumors, he will be free of doing it. I don't think the F1 calendar clashes with the 24 hour. And it's going to be quite cool to see it. I can't wait to have the battle of endurance between Kevin Estre and Max Verstappen. Although there is a certain rumor that's saying that Grello could be Verstappen's car. So this means that we will not see a battle between Kevin Estre and Max Verstappen, considering they will share the same car, and this is backed up by the fact that the car is sponsored by Red Bull. So there are rumors around that it's possible that we can see Verstappen in the same car as Kevin Estre and team. And the Monte Grello this year had a bit of a name considering the penalty that was applied at the very final hour of the race after flipping a GT4. This could be the pass for position? No, not yet. As I was saying, after flipping an Aston Martin GT4 in Gangerhof with a lot of talks online in which people took one side or the other. Many people complained that it was not a valid decision. At the same time, remember that the lower classes have the right of way, and from what I remember, flipping one means that you didn't give the right of way. Ultimately, the win went to Rover Racing, which marked the meaningful winning after a long time. A team composed of Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn, Kevin van der Linde, Raffaele Marcello. Raffaele Marcello, who is driving now in the hypercar for BMW, for the VRT team, which now will also become. There is a car stopped on track, by the way. It was Stefan Kozubek, the 228. Was stopped on track for some reason. We'll see the replay afterwards. As I was saying, the VRT will now take the place of RLL. Yeah, it's Triple 2 is still struggling. Julian Koenig. Oh, Julian Koenig now. Oh, he's into the pits, that's why. RLL, which effectively hasn't been renewed the contract from BMW. It's not like BMW fired them. The contract hasn't been renewed, but ultimately that's because of the low performances the team had in IMSA in the last 3 years, and you can't really blame them. Results simply weren't there. There's been oh, that's a Lexus into the wall. Oh, that's Amino 9 into the wall twice already. And that's also Michael Brenner overtaking in the car number 28 with 951 that possibly will need to be repaired afterwards. This gives me an opportunity to look at what happened to Stefan Kozubek in the 228. Let's have a quick look at it. This is the 228 Kozubek Racing team. Although, looking at the car behind, I wonder if it's because of the Ferrari. Oh no, it's all on themselves, going slightly on the grass and then into the wall. Ooh, nearly a crash with the Mustang that was passing by. Yeah, RLL in IMSA didn't really put a show. I mean, you can consider the Indianapolis from last year, but Christian Flüch and Miroslav Trigub here. That's a battle for 67th place. th place in class at the moment. And the 597 now sits in 12th, 11th place in class is 3 minutes, maybe even 4. Can't really say because the time keeps changing, but let's say 300 seconds just to be safe, so that means 5 minutes ahead. Then here is a battle for 47th place in the GT4 category. And slightly on the gravel there for CLW. Fourteenth place is the place at stake here. 14th place, Hannes Gruppel is just behind in 15th, and Jan Drexler follows in the car number 42 in skid mark racing. I went on to check, by the way, and it was the 2020 edition in which the final BMW won at the Nürburgring. In any case, going back to what I was talking about, LLL has been taken out of contract for legit reasons, let's say. Now Hannes Gruppel gets in front of Lars Warmerdam, 748th place at the moment. And that was an easy pass for the Khaled Racing team. The 700 for CLW loses the place quite quickly, and Jan Draxler follows in 49th place. The live timings, there is a pinned message on chat, so you can just click that. And how are they sending in GT4 M2? Quite standard so far. There have been numerous cars battling for positions. At the moment, Chris Warner leads in the 501 Camaro in the Creme de la Course, with the number 5 following in the GT Auto, and then Tobias Lungeberg completing the podium class GT4. Then we've got the podium in M2 with Khaled Racing team. Ricky Lafleur is driving for the 237, the 238 Khaled Racing team, the sister team, is following in second place, and then completing your podium, Carmelo Rizzo for G-Werk Esports, currently in 58th place overall. Don't get fooled by Moxie Motorsport that is in the group with M2s, because this car is actually a GT4. The same price to the 999 Gentle Beavers, currently second in GT4 class, but they are in a GT3 BMW. In the meantime, also Michael Bremer cut the gap with Florian Eich. And now only 4 temps are separating the number 28 and number 3. Although this was a BMW going into the wall. just had to look at it. Oh, Stefan Behrens! I was just checking something in the live stream to see if everything was working. Stefan Behrens has been involved in an incident. Number 8. Currently in 14th now. Once again. Something happened to the number 8 off screen. Let's have a quick look at it. So this is the number 8 having a good time all by itself. Oh, in the S over the curb, going sideways. I think it just... No, never mind. Heavy contact with the wall. The rear end of the car suffered there. And it's very likely a lot of downforce missing now from the car. Inflix Racing number 8 still has to take into account a minute of a penalty. This is not really helping their situation. 136 also getting involved in another yellow flag. Wonder what's the reason for that this time for the 136 Tokota Esports. Let's have another quick look at it. We usually replay at all of 8 frames. Wonder if it was a contact with this M2. Oh, that's just Tazi going in the grass and then into the wall, going sideways in the middle of the racetrack and going back into the wall. So yeah, the 136 is not really having a good time so far. .136 now in 27th place after the collision with one of them twos, and now the situation gets even worse for them. Gentle reminder that Josh Puppy is currently leading the race by 71 seconds on Ian Russell, but he is solo driving. There isn't a single person alongside him. He is solo driving, doing the whole 24 hours alone, and I have no idea how. And he's also leading the race. It's just a slam dunk on everybody else. Mika Patovic, the 181 race place, was pretty much fighting for the podium early on during the race. Then a heavy incident set them back. Now they are fighting for 7th place in the lap number 63. Currently the leader lapped everyone but the top 10. This is how dominant Josh Vuvi has been, and this has been done in just a tiny bit more than in 9 hours. 9 hours and 3 minutes, to be exact. We are getting into the 10th hour. This last lap was an 8:11. The only other car that managed to at least get close to them is non-existent, to be fair. I could count the 8:12 from Vasquez Rodriguez. The 310. Oh, Mark Sidoruk again. The Team Nitro Ferrari is not really having a good time. Once again into the wall. Once again triggering a yellow flag. Once again a replay for them. What happens this time? After the carousel, the second carousel. Oh, straight into the grass and then into the wall. Just out of control at this point. Destroying the rear end of the race car. Stefan Behrens is in the pits now. Same goes for Jan Ruschel, showing yellow flag. And that's Mika Patush going on the outside, making the overtake count for the 181 race place. And Stefan Vimozar loses the position, 8th place at the moment for the 69. Nice. Pit speed racing. Mika Patush now has 70 seconds to go to get to Timbo in 6th place. Back into the GT4 category, Jan Drexler and Hannes Gruppel battling for 47th place. The couple of yellow flags on track at the moment are because some cars are in the pits and the game struggles to, like this for example, struggles to understand they are in the pits. Vimuzar is not really competing with the rival. Two seconds already the gap between Patush and Vimuzar. And Pascal Giroux, car number 55, enters the pits with, for some reasons, the livery that became 144p kind of livery. I don't know why he lost the resolution entering the pits. Pit stop that makes you lose the HD texture. Jan Drexler, as he stands, sits 2 seconds behind Gruppel. Last lap it was a 58.3 for them, 58.9 for Gruppel. At the same time, we have to have a look at the number 100, DC Racing, 9.07 in the last lap. So we could actually be close to witness the battle for 46th overall. Thirteenth in class, as it stands. The 999 still trying to get ahead of one of the GT4s, managing to do so, and Jan-Erik Tugel technically in a fight for second. Tobias Langeberg in the 437 is back in second place. This team Primary Racing has been on the rise from the very start of the race. Now they are slowly but steadily getting forward and forward in the field. I suppose Wolinski is in the pits. Yes, it is. It's pretty annoying when the cars are in the pit and I can't see them in the tower where they are. For whoever is across the ocean, the night part of the stream will be held by a New Zealander. So There's going to be a continuous stream even then. Oh, there's a huge crash, and the 76 is off. Kevin Brown out of the circuit for a moment, and Kevin Brown has a huge separation in the front of the car. There was another incident behind. I think it was a Ferrari, but that's Kevin Brown into the wall. Huge one there. Contact with the skid mark racing. And that's going to be a big one in the standings as a Ferrari overtakes them. Can't really pinpoint which one it is. Trying to do so. But this was a massive one just in front of us. What just happened? Let's have a quick look at it. Big incident between Kevin Brown, the Simmercy Endurance, and the skid mark racing Mercedes GT4. Look at this. Just an unfortunate contact for them. Going back. On the racing line. The Mercedes was still there. And Kevin Brown will surely lose 4th place. That's Simmercy Endurance by Barminia. Out of contention. That's a big one. As Michael Bremer gets ahead of the Lexus. Florian Eich stuck behind the Aston GT4. Going into Gagenhof. No reason I knew there. And Bremer, that's 12th place for Bremer. Big incident. And 76 is... let's have a look at how they are driving it. They are not driving it. Look at the wheel. Completely destroyed. And there is still more than half a lap to go. This is the worst possible fate for them. They were battling for the podium. They were battling for a 2nd place early on. They lost some time, but they were still in a fight for the podium. But that's pretty much the race over for the 76. Unfortunate scenario. That's from the helicam. Let's have another look, but this time from the helicam to see how it happened. So that's the Simmercy going on the way on the racing line, and then closing by a bit too early. And unfortunately, that's the incident destroying their car. Meanwhile, Henrik Magnussen, 60th place. That's a car in 5th in class, also for them an incident. So another class top 5 implication. This time it is Henrik Magnussen on the wall. It was all by himself, so not another car involved here. Over the curb, a bit too aggressive of the curb. That's the left side of the race car destroyed, and also the front by going sideways in the middle of the race track. And even for them, take out the tower, you can see the wheel sideways even for them. So 2 major implications for the leaderboard. The 699 in 5th place in class in M2, and the Simmercy Endurance by Barminia that was sitting in 4th place. That's Kevin Brown in the wall. That's just the view of a disaster for them. Now 5th after Timbo overtook them. Ian Drexler somehow survived this with little damage. The gap to Graupel is only 5 seconds, so he practically lost only the time because of the incident, not because of damage. Although I think he has some damage to the side of the car, that's pretty obvious, but obviously also the car is not really compromised. Hans Graupel overtook Daniele Maffioletti in the 100. It's 46th place for Hans Graupel. Again, major standing implications. I could hear the 699 going into a stop as Renato Simic overtakes Gianluigi Guida for 19th place. And Maurice Rockpeller passes Kevin Brown. Who is basically standing still in comparison. There's still a long way to go for them. The 699 already came to a stop. Erik Magnussen for Scuderia. For Scuderia Kinakrit. 76 will follow shortly. And so the 55 is effectively back in the top 5. And lots of cars behind will just gain the place. Not too much to be right there. It's in these moments in which I like to have a sort of post-race arena to talk about these kind of things. But that's something that only TV broadcasters can have. It's one of the few things which I'm envious about. Big broadcasters, they can have a post-race arena. As Gianluigi Guida now is sitting in 20th place after the overtake by the actions of Renato Simic for the Alfa Racing Team Lexus number 21, which I admit went a bit in the background, considering what was happening at that moment. There is the rain in 30 minutes, and this time it's going to be completely different. As I said earlier, the rain will arrive, but this time the wet tires will probably be the choice for the drivers and for the teams. Update on the 699. Kevin, I knew it would have happened. Henrik Magnussen, not Kevin. Henrik Magnussen had to remain stationary for 100 seconds, putting the car out for effectively 106 seconds. But in any case, 75 seconds of damage that had to be repaired, more than a minute. And number 76 is back. No, it's not even back. It's still in the pits. And I have no idea the time that could come out of it. As Gianluigi Guida, who has been overtaken just less than 5 minutes ago, still trying to answer to Simic's actions. So far, he will remain behind with a 8:22 last. Oh, that's a 4:38. Oh, that's Graupel. That's Graupel off. The 438 was battling early on with Maffioletti, and now sits behind Drexler. So what happened to the 438? Let's check the replay quickly. Oh no, I saw another yellow flag. Please don't tell me it's what I think it is. It's a 255. Oh no, it's a 255. That's another huge car involved in an incident. We'll see this one first. So this is Hannes Gruppe that lost the rear end of the car and crashed with the front end. A big one, because I saw the 255 getting involved in something. Let's have a look. Not sure how big it is. As that's Hanktasi. That's not a replay. The Hanktasi is spinning in the middle of the racetrack. Oh, there is a huge crash, and that's again Aston Martin GT4 getting involved. That's a CRT from early. And another huge impact there for 3-1-0. I think it was a. Oh no, it was. Come on, give me. Okay, I can't pick it up. Okay, Thomas Langeberg. It was Thomas Langeberg. Apologies. I thought it was the same. No, it was Tobias Langeberg, the car in second place in class, involved in the incident. And this is huge because Jan-Erik Tugel is only a few seconds behind. But again, I have to... Okay, no, there is another thing going on. That's the number 21, Renato Simic, involved in the incident. But I think it was all by themselves. And then there is the one with the 255, but that's still... they're still waiting to be shown. What happened here for Trim Kuzelberg as he overtakes the 46? So this possibly takes out the chance for them to be involved in an incident. Actually, they are involved in a spin without consequences. So that's Tim Kreuzenberg that's managed to get away with it. As yeah, you can see the McLaren unfortunately still struggling to get back into the pits. Amirul Naim is... Oh, that's a BMW into the wall. That's an M2 into the wall. But for now, the Lexus remains behind their opponent. In the meantime, Tobias Langeberg is back into the pits to address the damage sustained. And both Tugel and Hoffman managed to overtake the 437 that was sitting in second place. By the way, the 76 came out of pits with 144 seconds in the pit, taking out 30 seconds. That's practically 2 minutes of stoppage for them. As you can see here, that's the overtake done for Dexter on the number 100. Daniele Maffioletti gets overtaken by Ian Draxler in the 42, in 46th place now. But lots of cars that were battling for high places are all of a sudden not in the battle anymore. The 437, let's have another look at the 437. Because that was a huge impact for them. It's not the 437. This is. So we are on board the Kaiser Racing Team Aston Martin 437, and then you will see here the McLaren sitting. Oh, they just took the wrong side. Although there was a yellow flag. So the most clever thing would have been to just slow down. But they didn't. And took initiative without looking as the 110. That's a big one for his local club. That's possibly a return to garage for the 110. Yep, it is an RTG for them, and the reason for it is supposed is this one here from some minutes ago. That's a Woodbreaker. So the first place at the moment. That's how the retirement happened. Oh, completely out of control. Apparently the car was out of control completely for a moment. As Amilo Naim just overtook Kevin Rowlands. And number 951 is effectively in 14th place. And GT4 Hugel, all of a sudden Prima Racing is now second. As a 501 sits now in third, but it's also likely because of the pit stops. I can't really say who is where, because Christopher Hoffman in the Creme de la Course number 501 pitted a lap and a half ago, off sync compared to the two ahead. So realistically we could actually take the 78 in second place. I know it's very confusing right now, but don't worry, I am also confused. But unfortunately not having the full stints in front just puts me into a wandering phase. I don't know exactly how many stops Hoffman had, but as it stands, Prime Racing sits in second place, and the number 5 GT Auto in first after the arrival. I would like to say has been taken out, but I'm a bit more in favor of saying that he took himself out after not slowing down in a yellow flag zone, trying to guess where to go, and unfortunately guessed the wrong side in which the McLaren was sitting. And usually in LFM these actions get penalized, so there could also be a penalty for them if they deem so. As it is 23 in the night, and the campsite are making the usual light scenes. The campsites on track are phenomenal. I like them so much. 15-second time penalty for the Sunset Outrun number 15 after an incident with the 502. Car number 15, which is here it is. That's car number 15. Sunset Outrun with Artyom Manisha on the wheel, although part of the front end is clearly ruined because the lights are at times stopping because of the incident with the 501. Christopher Hoffman, the Creme de la Course. Speaking of position changing, Hantazi here for Tokota Esports, which now sits only 30th. They were battling for the top 10 early on, now they are barely surviving the top 30 with the 555 Bastian Offerman following them, and now getting ahead, and that's a spin. That's a spin for Nico Dobos, 31st place now. So the race is definitely one to forget for Tokota Esports so far. The McLaren that is now in 31st place out of 33 GT3s running. The 49 was showing yellow flags for a moment. The lasers are so cool, honestly, I love them. I love them so much. Very much into these lights. I love them. Every time there is a race, usually I put my my race car with as many LEDs as possible. I'm one of those people. I just want my car to be seen from the International Space Station. So usually I'm the one with the brightest livery with the most LEDs on. Because I like colors. Speaking of which, my favorite color is lime. So the most visible one from about 20,000 kilometers away. And my second favorite color is orange. So basically, I should be employed in the management of constructions and buildings. It could become your safety measure, but it's basically standing there with the brightest colors I can find. Effectively, it could become in the future like a cone. One of those orange and white. So it can become a road cone in about 5 years' time. I just need a lot of practice in standing still. But I'm very short, so at least I have the height requirement. I've got it. The only thing I'm missing is being orange and staying still. So it shouldn't take much. I don't know how much you could get paid for being a cone. A road cone, I have no idea. As the 311 gets ahead of the number 8, which I think that's the 237. Oh, that's a leader in M2 class. That's a 237 leader in M2 class. That had several yellow flags. The first one being this one here. So what happened to the leader in the M2 category? Let's see. So in the usual spot, I suppose. No, that's the rear splitting off. And unfortunately, that ruined the race, and now the car is completely out of control. You can see the wheel. Look at it. That's... oh wait, I can do something. Yeah, that really helps. Double yellow. No wonder. Oh wait, there is another yellow. Oh, that's a 256. That's another car into the wall. This time it is the 256 low fuel Motorsport into the wall, with Boris Shark on the wheel. Let's have a look. And that happened at Hohenrain, just after Tiergarten. But they lost the rear end of the race car completely, couldn't brake in time, and unfortunately just crashed on the tire barrier. So that's another car to write off for the evening. But again, it's a big one, the fact that the 237 was involved in an incident. Although the gap to Thorsten Dragon in the Dragon Racing team is enormous. That's where Dragon is. So, at the very least, the 237 has been involved in an incident. Yes, they were leading. Yes, it's a problem. No. Is it a problem? Absolutely no. The number 8 here. Not sure that... oh, that's my tower. I missed it. Borger has been overtaken by Oliver Martens. 311. McLaren. while I was talking about road cones and being employed as one. Apologies for that, I wasn't really putting attention on the battle for 16th place in GT3 in that moment. As much was also happening. So the 237 still in the pits. Again, it's not going to be a huge issue for the leading car in the M2 class. Well, in fact, it's already back on its wheels with a total stop time of 83 seconds. So only 53 seconds of damage repair. As now the 311 is here in 16th place and trying to enlarge the gap with Borger, sitting now in 17th. And the rain is coming in 10 minutes time. That's going to be pretty interesting. I didn't check exactly how much it will last. Oh, that's McLaren nearly getting thrown into the wall because of the Camaro changing direction at the very last moment. And Hilbert Borger was a little chance of getting at least closer to Oliver Martens. But now in 7th place, there is a possible battle here for 7th. Don Nobby in the 137, just in front of the B Alien by Nitro Concepts. Just barely in front. It's been losing a massive time the last 30 seconds practically. There was a gap of 2.5 seconds and now the gap is only 9 times. And in 10 minutes time the rain will approach, so it's way better to do the broadcast change before that arrives, because then it's going to be mayhem. Hello John, and welcome back to the commentary booth.
Good evening, Christian. How are we getting on? A bit of a problematic start for you here, but settled the back end.
I don't want to talk about it.
not moving swiftly on. Much like Boothby up at the top of the field, short corner, he's still leading short corner. The gap is bigger. The rest of the field looks like they've been chopping and changing wildly while they've been away as well. So they've been keeping you on your toes on the track, it seems.
Well, to be fair, you left for 2 hours and we lost one of the cars in GT3 in the top 5. We lost. Oh, that's another car crashing into the wall. It's a 597. It's Apollo Motorsport 597 in the wall. So as I was saying, we lost the CMRC car, which is now in 10th place instead of 4th, because it crashed with the GT4. The leader in M2 crashed. The second place holder in GT4 crashed into a car that was standing still. That was the McLaren, which is now in 31st place. I think I'm certainly missing something else. If it wasn't enough. Oh yes, the 5th place car in M2 category also had an incident all by themselves. So you just lost a couple of things. Oh, and now there is another incident. Speaking of which, 7th place in M2 is now into the wall. The racing shelter.
All action all the time.
Yeah, it's been honestly, I have no idea how. Every time I say, okay, maybe this time it's going to be a bit calmer, something huge has to happen. But yeah, that's the 27. Yeah, exactly. That's also the rain. Oh, that's a not spin. It seems like the traction controller was not activated for Wizak. But yes, the rain is also coming, and now consider that it's nighttime, and so very likely the track is not going to get drier by the usual 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's possibly going to remain wet for some time, as the number 23 we are just looking at has received a 10-second time penalty for an incident early on, so the penalty that has just been obtained by Eskil Klopper on Don Nobby is practically nullified instantly. Every time there is something to talk about, honestly, it's been phenomenal as a race, both for on-track action, for the penalties, for the incidents, even them has to be, even those have to be considered. And now it's nighttime, and the rain will probably add some more show to the broadcast. Oh, that's another incident!
Absolutely. Oh, is that last stage?
That's a stage in 11th place. With a 717. Let's have a quick look, and then I promise I will do the handover. I just need a moment in which nothing happens. But let's have a look at it. Oh, that's a Mustang just losing the rear end, and eventually simply had nowhere to go.
Nowhere to run to, baby. No place to hide. I believe the famous song quoted back in the day. Won't inflict anyone. We won't inflict my singing on anyone. Yeah, we should probably quickly hand over.
You have to sing it now. It's
No.
You said it.
The only time I sing on the karaoke is just after the bells rang. It's closing time and I need everyone to leave. That's it, hand waving the microphone. Let them belt out some Frank Sinatra and everyone will leave promptly.
Anyway, for now we will go 2 minutes muted, since we have to do the handover, so the usual. I am Chris Romano. This has been my stint, because I'm done for the 24 hour. For the rest of the time, there will be John. That's going to remain in the broadcast room for about how many hours, John? Exactly, it's about it's until 2 AM, isn't it? 3 AM.
1 AM UK time, 2 AM.
Oh, no, okay, so you're 2 AM.
Europe,
okay.
And yeah, goodness knows what time in New Zealand.
Exactly. And then and then George exactly will be directly from New Zealand to put the night stint on, and then the final hours will be held by Ben once again, who had to go through the start, through the mess that was the initial part of the race, with everything that was happening all at once. But from me, Chris Romano, this was all. I hope you all had a wonderful time with me. John will accompany you for the rest 3 hours. For the next 3 hours. And in any case, stay safe. Have a good remaining of the race. And I'll see you all soon. Or in the meantime, just stay on the live stream, because the handover will happen. We will just remain muted. It will not go offline. And be sure to remain seated. Bye bye.
Good evening once again, race fans. Welcome to the continued coverage of the LFM 24 hours of Nordschleife GT3s, GT4s and BMW Cup cars. We've had Ben, we've had Christian, and it is back once again to myself, John Wright, aka Double O Raven, here to bring you another 3 hours of coverage on Twitch and YouTube. So hello to everyone that is out there in the chat. Hope you are settled in for the night shift, the drivers. Definitely keeping us on our toes. There was another couple of yellow flags that I saw. Oren Martins having a bit of a moment, and I think it was Guida also as well. And there is Wetzel just getting himself a yellow flag for Team Purple Deluxe in the BMW Rocket. Back down in 22nd place, so again 23rd, still the hot potato it was before I left. There's Naeem in the pits. So much going on. We'll have a quick look down the running order. It's a running order that is still topped by Solo Pilot because he is absolutely flying the 255 competition by Go Setups George Boothby. Running Lone Wolf in the Lexus, and he is all over a minute and a half ahead of the field. Tim Kruiselberg out behind the wheel of the LFM eSports car. They've had a phenomenal run in the second. We're not in the second half of the race. How do you say before the third? Just before the third of the race. But anyway, yeah, it's been a good run for them. Nick Babin for the Boomer squad. They're back up to where they started in third place. So the Lexus definitely looking good around here today. Maurice Rockefeller is behind the wheel, and Freelancers in the Audi. Fourth place for them, as you can see, up 9 positions on where they started, so that's been a good trail through the field for them, almost 10 hours in. Micah Patouche and the race place down. They qualified in pole position, of course, find themselves in 4th place. The qualification stream actually is on YouTube as well. It was covered. There was a stream yesterday, a qualification session with a shootout as well. Yeah, some very fun stuff, so make sure you do go back and watch that as well. Marvin Morris, Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic in 6th place, good progression for them. Calta Racing also in 7th, Don Nobi behind the wheel there. Hansen out for the B Alien by Nitro Concept. They are making good moves back through the top 10 in 9th place, and then of course Kevin Braun, the Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia team. Spent a lot of the first third of the race on the podium, now running in 9th, but yeah, anything that can happen in the opening 10 hours can happen to anybody else in the closing 14, especially as there is rain currently falling on the track. It is damp, it is 13 degrees. I did predict a low of 11 degrees. We'll see if we get there. Definitely a possibility. That is for sure. Where were we? Yes, Lasses 3 rounding out the top 10 recently had an issue. The famous Nordschleife campsite discos going on in the background. The attention to detail absolutely wild, and yeah, because it's night we can't really see. But there we go from the onboards. That is the rain falling from the sky, as Kevin Rowland just finds out as he pops a cheeky little yellow flag there. 12th in the GT4s. That was the rounding off of the top 10 in the GT3s, GT4s. It is Creme de la Course that are back leading the way. Wow. Yeah, that was the back end leading the way there. That was a very, very, very good save there by Hoffman. Oh, more yellow flags, Panorama. Oh, the ever-changing conditions are leading to ever-changing car conditions, and that is a flappy bonnet, I believe is the full technical term the race engineers use to diagnose that particular kind of crash. So flappy bonnet syndrome at the moment, and we've got Mike Hammer. Hopefully he's not been at the wall. Kissel as well. Yellow flags every place. The track is now wet. So the track's wet and the pressure in the tyres is absolutely tanking at the moment. Even the leader in the GT4's having himself a bit of a moment. There's Panarin having another one. And once the pressure and it starts to go, it's gone. Yeah, there's no getting it back in these conditions. We've got Prime E Racing in second place for the GT4s. GT Auto back down into third place. The pit stop strategies are incredible. Mike Hammer with another yellow flag. So much going on, you've got to love it. Carlton Racing find themselves fourth place ahead of Cryonics. Maximilian Pral behind the wheel of their GT4 Mercedes. Nikolai Polyakov. I did mention him a few times in my previous 2 hours here. He is an absolute phenom behind the wheel, but he will be driving this like it's dry. Just yet. Watch the lap time. 6th place for the GT4 people by Ford and Dynamic. Again, an absolute cracker of a collaboration of teams. Yellow flag there. 7th place, it's Race House Esports in the GT4s. 7th is Henri Racing Team. They've made good progress through the field, to say the least. Cosworth Racing, Nalhala Racing, and Kozubek inside the top 10. Kozubek out onto the grass. He's sliding against what? Oh no, it's not Kozubek, sorry, that is another car. It's one of the GT3s. Catches up, tries to go round the outside. No room at the end though. The rain is still absolutely pounding down as the blue flags furiously wave for all drivers involved. That is a damaged car that we're on board with. Kozubek in the top 10, but that is one of the Cadillac GT3s trying to get past there. The accident is coming absolutely thick and fast. Oh, I'm trying to get my way down to the BMWs, but we've got yellow flags absolutely every place. The GT4's having an absolute nightmare keeping it on the track at the minute. Let's see what is happening here. It is Thorsten Dragon for Dragon Racing Team, who's in 2nd place. I keep missing Ricky Lafleur because he's ahead of one of the GT4s. Lafleur, another solo driver. So he is doing this one solo, like George Boothby, Yukon Monkey, up at the front of the field in the GT3s. And in the Beamer, the slowest class of car out on track, it is Lafleur. With an ever-increasing lead. It is an absolute masterclass over these opening 10 hours, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Dragon Racing making themselves some good progress though, up 5 places. So it's an ill wind that blows nobody some good. The wind that is up to 11 kilometers an hour, so that is increasing. About a quarter of the rate the temperature is dropping. Sorry, that's the type of weird maths I do in my head. In 3rd place in the Beamers is G-Vert Esports. They were 2nd place, so they are down to 3rd. Flyby Esports up from 5th to 4th, and Magnussen still out for Scuderia Kina Crute, sorry, and they 6th place. Yeah, the GT4s are just oh, and that's no wonder there. If you jump onto bonnet cam, that is oof again, being the full technical term used by the race engineers. Not really much you can say about the that one. It's a long trek back to the pits. Oh, in fact, no, sorry, he's at the end of the Dottinger Straight, so it's not. Too long of a trip to the pits. Let's see how everyone up at the front is doing on the wet track. The rain is still falling. It says we're going to have clear sky in 10 minutes. It said that for quite a few minutes now, though, I would suggest. Kreuzlberg, let's see, car 69. With the yellow flag and 404, we've got incidents flashing absolutely every place. These are treacherous conditions for the drivers at the minute. As we can see, the rain is falling. It is dark out on track. Voila. We'll cheat a bit and use dashcam. A lot of the drivers, of course, do use this view, so that is effectively what they are seeing at the minute. A little break in the fourth wall. Never there we go, back to the normal on-road camera. Yeah, the track opening up through the shadows, through a lot of these corners, the undulation really magnified as the drivers are trying to find those lines and trying to nurse temperature into those dry tyres. The curves, I was going to say, are going to be all but off limits. Again, you would expect them just to touch the curb there to use them to straighten up the car. It's absolutely not what curb contact would do in these circumstances. The Ferrari snaking his way down through the hill. The ACC Acute Racing team making their way into the top 20 after starting in 29th position. So qualifying not quite going their way, but certainly in race trim. They've got the Ferrari looking good. We've got another yellow flag there. Oh, Pierre Wolf in the 404. That is not a happy windscreen. He's not going to have much view there. And Witzak, yeah, he is still nursing an absolutely battered and bruised BMW back to the pits. It looks on Lang completely facing the wrong way in the stadium section. That's into turn number 1 just after the pits. Manny Lang for the slow club car. Certainly living up to their name in that particular sequence here, unfortunately, and they are facing the wrong way. Witzak is going to be constant yellow flags because of the condition of his car, and of course so is Wolf because he's going so slowly because his windscreen is all but caved in. Nikolai Polyakov is moving very quickly. Thorsten Dragon getting himself involved in a bit of a tete-a-tete. He's just gone past one of the GT4s. Timo Spicker now finds himself with 2 BMWs ahead of him, Lafleur and Dragon. Still an absolutely monstrous gap between the two of them. Lafleur really is absolutely flying. Dragon keeping up, not much in the way of drive-throughs. Although Clive Allen has had 7. Yeah, that's it. Still made up 8 places. Doth my eyes deceive me? That is, yeah, that is dedication to the drive-through right there. 7 in the opening 10 hours. Eric Lace on 3. Brian Offerman pulling. Oh wow, the Ferrari completely the wrong way. Hopefully that's gone on. Yes, there we go. Bastian Offerman, sorry, Brian. Right, we'll need to go into chase cam so we can actually see what happens here. Too many trees, far too dark. Oh yeah, can't do that, sir. Touch the curb. And it's so cruel with the bounce as well. That bounce could go anywhere. It could end up popping him back round the correct way. Of course, in this instance, it absolutely does not. And he ends up having to right the car out on track. Absolutely not what you need. We've got GT Auto. After the last round of pit stops, came out behind Callet Racing once again. They are once again though closing in on aforementioned Callet Racing. It is Wagenhaupt behind the wheel of the Callet machine, and Nicholas Berbin. He's been out for a few laps already as well. Fairly turning around the pit stops too, and he is picking up the pace at the minute in that Alpine GT Auto. Have led the race in stages. There's 438 with a yellow flag as well. Oh, that's Callet Racing, Chalski. Yeah, that looks like a big one. That's 438. That's not showing on the incidents. So they're facing the wrong way. Is that bonnet loose? Yes, it is. Yep, that's not a happy Aston Martin. imagine he'd be happy if it was any car, to be fair, but that is some extra time stationary getting damage repaired. Yellow flag watch continues. It's Bergman just having himself a bit of a moment. And when I say a bit of a moment, that must have been an absolute cracker. He's now 12 seconds behind. Let's see, that is a GT3 going around the outside to go into the NGK chicane. Oh, and he's just on a tank slapper on the exit, and there is no braking out there on the grass, but he does manage to keep it out of the wall. Cheeky little J at the end there, and he manages to keep the back end out of the wall. Lives to lap another lap or two. Rain has stopped and it's now damp. So while all that's been going on, we've gone from wet to damp, still got a 13-degree track temperature, still got an 11km an hour wind. Weather watch will continue. So too will Bourbon, so will the yellow flags. We've got another one up in 30th position, Dakota. They've slogged back to Domos. They are down on where they started, just making their way past. Oh no, Kissel with the yellow flag. Oh, huge off track there. Let's get some bonnet watch on the go. Steering wheel still looks straight. So a fairly minor incident. We're going to have a look and see what's going on there for the KMS racing team. Mute curve. And now you can see blue flags waving. Oh yeah, no, four wheels on it. Monkey see, monkey do in that situation. Four wheels on the grass. You can see the puddles there. Beautifully highlighted, especially because it's at night. Or beautifully highlighted because it's at night. So yeah, that is what befell him there. And as sticky as soft tyres are, I mean, it's not massively well represented in many sims, just how much grip you've actually got when you go flying over the grass sometimes because of the heat of the tyres, but certainly no heat transference when you've got massive puddles all the way through the grass. Kiesel finding that one out the hard way. Bastian Offerman popping more yellow flags. I think he is carrying a bit of damage as well. Lace comes into the pits. There's Shear in the GT4s. More yellow flags ahoy. We can keep these going for the next 3 hours quite easily. George Boothby still running pretty quickly up at the front. The lap time now for the race leader at 9:04 on his previous lap in these conditions. Kreuzelberg 9:10. So almost a minute slower over the lap in these conditions. But it is starting to go back into the driver's favour if there is there we go, such a thing like this, and those are not, that's literally tyres. Those little rectangles that you can see, that's the marks, that's water cleared by tyres, not gripping and sliding through those corners. So yeah, a bit of water still on the track, certainly no dry line appearing as Boothby heads back out into the countryside for lap number 72. 10 hours and 5 minutes into the race. So yeah, I think actually I'll be handing over to George pretty much bang on the halfway mark. Yeah, it'll be something along those lines. Yeah, just before. No, actually it'll be just after. Yeah, as you concentrate what's on track. Much like Boothby's doing. More yellow flags flashing, as you would expect. Nick Babin is within 6 seconds of second place. We've seen what the Lexus can do in a straight line. Can the Ferrari being hunted down keep it nice and tight through the twisty stuff and use its mid-corner advantage? It's all round. Great all-rounder, nicely done through the Schumacher S into turn number 8, off into the countryside we go once again for Kreuzelberg. 71 laps for the leaders in the GT3s, and we have 62 laps for the leader in the BMWs. So 9 laps of difference. Where is the floor? Yep, he is just coming out onto his lap as well, so he's just been passed by the GT3 leaders. The GT4s there on lap number 65. So 6 laps down on their big brethren. The GT3s, what is it? They say 85% race car, 15% road car. Homologation rules, of course, and then GT3 cars, 15% race car, 85% road car. The BMW is ex-sales fleet. Yeah, tumbleweed. Apologies to all the BMW drivers out there. No, they're good fun cars, and they do have good racing because they are, yeah, they're very good. They're very good. Booth Bay, 9:04 as I say on the last lap. Oh, Nick Kreuselberg pushing the pace a bit. He has just crossed the line and done an 8:58. So yeah, the track definitely going the way the drivers once again, even at these cold conditions. Let me just see, sorry, everything moving slightly slowly with all the data that we've got to pile through. 9 hours and 4 minutes into the race that came in. We're now 10 hours and 7 minutes into the race, so they'll be coming into the pits pretty soon. Again, extra PSI in the tyres to get some pressure back into them, get some more surface contact, or some more contact surface on them. Certainly will be welcome, and it gives the rest of the cars a chance to dry up some of the track for them. So many of the drier rectangles here. We did see a few back through 21 and 22 there. There we go. So a few more of them there. Oh, a couple of cars have gone off there. And they were forced. The weight transfer is absolutely wild. You can see where the tyres trying to find grip. Again, those dry, long rectangles where the wheels are doing a bit to dry the track at the minute. It's going to be a while before it is gone to grease, you would think, with these temperatures. Not great. Nobby finding himself with a yellow flag. More white flags for Boothby as he battles his way through more traffic. He's got a GT3 that he's catching up to, and then a BMW and a GT4, so they'll be separated a bit by the time he gets there as he fires through the carousel once again. Oh, yellow flag and off-track shots of Kevin Braun, the Sim RC endurance car. Another incident for them. Let's have a look and see what has befallen them. So he's looking okay with the curbs. You know what, sorry, we're going to have to use chase cam just to make sure we're not blocked by trees and darkness, especially with the shadows from the headlights. Hope you can see that there, the car just toddling his way off track to make sure that he got the overtake. He was going a lot quicker than the car that he overtook there, so I am suspecting blue flags were involved. Because yeah, Braun still in 9th. They started in 8th. It's only one net position down, but certainly it was looking a whole lot better than that not too long ago, as they were running solidly in 2nd place. Do not be surprised if they make their way back to the podium by the end of the race, because they are looking to get an overtake done at the minute. It is on Nobby, so Nobby's had a bit of a difficult run just before the Dottinger Straight, and is now being pounced on by Braun. The car that Braun is in has got a good 3-second advantage, and Nobby comes in to the pit, so that will put Braun back up. Rollins with the yellow flag. He's just gone off track, going past a GT4 car. So yeah, Braun up in 8th place. So Sim RC Endurance making back a position. Nobby into the pit. So it looks like Cash Paw is enjoying the conditions as well. Oh, right, so we've seen a roundabout just outside the top 20 in the Nissan Colourworks. In 24th, so still made good gains, but a yellow flag there, Cash Paw for Team Nitro. Ferrari does look good in the wet around here at the minute, and it is Panarin who's had a couple of yellow flags just as I was taking over so far, and that is definitely costing time. And Paul is absolutely lapping up that gap at the minute. Only 7/10 now separate them. We've seen the slightest of mistakes here, and it's not. It doesn't even have to be a mistake. That's the thing. We can call it a mistake all day long. It's not. It's just the different track conditions. Even trying to leave room so that someone can attempt to overtake, try and put them on the outside or inside line, and yeah, done and dusted there. Or do you do the sensible thing and realise that fighting an overtake, getting into a battle, could just lead to major contact, taking the two of you off, let the driver pass and try and come back at them, but it's not to be. They got past just as they got up to a BMW, and that is nicely done by Cashbot. I said the first time I was here, using the traffic to your advantage, an absolute must in these multi-class endurance races, and Paul absolutely getting that memo. It's been a tough start for the team. It was a tough start for them in the opening third of the race. I covered 2 hours of it, and yeah, a couple of times some off-track excursions, but making moves back through the field, nearly on pace. Hovering around 23rd earlier on, that's them up to 20th. Just having some grip issues. And yeah, absolutely the sound of puddles at the side of the course there. That is one thing they do get right on the sound on this game. We'll absolutely 100% give them that one. Just make sure. Perfect, yeah, Boothby, look at it. And yeah, being able to interact with the traffic is a skill set that you need as well. And Boothby at the minute, absolutely, the absolute personification of the perfect endurance race so far. Let me see, I think he has just taken a pit stop. Yes, he has. He's just come out the pits and he is still 44 seconds ahead. So there we go. When it comes to the brake change as well, because also himself and Lafleur, they're both doing it solo for 24 hours straight. So yes, they will have to take a slightly extended pit stops, if not 2, to answer the call of nature. At some point, so yeah, I'd imagine he'll do that during the brake change, but even after taking that pit stop there, 44 seconds still in hand as he heads out into the countryside for lap number 73. Kreuzelberg for LFM exits the pits as Nick Babin moves back up to second place. So Babin will be in the pits for the Boomer squad soon. We'll see where they come back out, as we saw Kevin Rowlands coming in. We've also got the Gentle Beavers coming in. Oh, that's been a not so gentle contact with a barrier, I would surmise. Again, flappy bonnet syndrome. It does spread at this track like wildfire. We've got Brunhuber coming in the pits for North Racing. The McLaren GT4 car in. Yeah, pit watch is kind of like yellow flag watch here at the Nordschleife, especially at night in the damp, wet, dry, greasy. Oh, and that's a massive miss of the pit box there. Yeah, massive miss of the pit box. I've totally taken myself off my train of thought there. Pit watch and yellow flag watch, very similar around this track in these conditions, because there's constantly going to be someone in the pits, and you're pretty much constantly going to see a yellow flag flashing someplace. Still got 75 cars in the race, which is absolutely great to see. Martin Sipt Racing bringing up the rear of the BMWs at the moment. They are behind Osgits Racing. We've got a Slow Car Club. They've dropped down the order a bit, but they're still up on where they started. Miles Beer Racing up 2 places as well. We've got PWA Esports down 5 on where they started, so some good pace, and they could well see themselves up through the field if they can keep this, keep their qualifying and initial race pace. Get back up through the field. Repeating myself there. Strater Motorsport, Lawrence Wagner still out on track. How long can you survive the Nordschleife? We shall see. We shall see. Is that some kind of foreshadowing? Do we dare add foreshadowing to a curse of the commentator? That's quite the double X that the low fuel Motorsport BMW may or may not have put on themselves. Korobkov for Vixen Velocity, up 10 spots on where they started, so a good drive. We did see a couple of incidents with them earlier, but they are proving that all things are possible here at the Nordschleife. Apollo Motorsport still out for the BMWs as well. Custom GT, Jaime Fernandez, the Spanish driver, just outside the top 10 with Alex Gonzalez, G29, still making solid progress in their charge for top 10 and potentially top 5 honours at this pace. Up 15 spots, Gonzalez behind the wheel. It is Tulio Santos, the racing shelter. They don't need any shelter from the rain at the moment. They've got overtakes on their mind though, and it is the Slow Car Club, who are, I believe, 7th. They are indeed, as Thorsten Dragon comes into the pits. Magnussen in the pits as well. 6th place is no skill, just luck, so they're up to at the moment. Scuderia Kina Krut in 4th place. 5th place, sorry. It's Flyby Esports that are in 4th place still. We've got G-Ware Esports in 3rd position. Thorsten Dragon and Dragon Racing is in 2nd. It's still Ricky Lafleur by several country miles in the lead of the BMWs. Timo Spicker is still out. He's out behind the wheel currently for Moxie Motorsports. Aston Martin is behind some of the BMWs, but he is still out there running. We've seen a couple of incidents earlier on. A couple of instances of flappy bonnet syndrome, but they are repaired and running quite well at the moment, and catching up to the three BMWs ahead of them. Here we go, 404 speed not found. Again, an opening third to the race. They could probably like to forget, but they're back up 3 spots. Brun Huber as well had an incident recently from North Racing, but is back out behind the wheel after getting that repaired. Reuser Group Azoziel still out in the GT4s as well. Cod Oil Motorsport, 11:25. It's not going to get any brighter for anytime soon, is it? MR Reparto Coaching. Let me see, I believe they're just on the edge of the top 10. Oh no, actually, no, just outside the top 15. Yeah, a lot of GT3 cars running. GT4 cars, CLW in the Mercedes. Good progress they've made at 10 spots. Michalski, we saw an incident just as I was coming on, and they are currently running 4 spots down on where they started, again just outside the top 15. SLR United in the Mercedes, 15th place, 14th. Kozubek, let me just check that. Sorry, Kozubek in 13th. It's DC in 12th place. Matteo De Bruno behind the wheel. Skidmark Racing plus friends. And Nalhalla Racing just outside the top 10. Clive Allen is behind the wheel. The Cosworth Racing car again making good progress. Currently running 9th place. There's going to be a lot of changes with the pit stops. In 8th place it is Henri Racing Racehouse. In 7th, 6th place is the GT4 People by Ford Dynamic, with Pral Racing Cryonics, out for Cryonics. In 5th place, Bourbon for GT Autos. In 4th, Veganhaupt for Calet Racing. In third, Chris Horner back out the pits in the Creme de la Course car. In second place, and currently for Prime E Racing, it's Noah Sebula leading the way in the GT4s, where you'll be in the pits soon. Still with 33 GT3 cars at the moment. Gentle Beavers are at the back of the grid, currently Reptile Racing in 32nd, Offerman for SL Racing Team in 31st. Lubilavsky is out behind the wheel for the Sunset Outrun Team. They're in 30th position at the moment, down 12, so it's been a tough race for them, and for Dakota Esports as well. Nico Dobos currently behind the wheel. They started up in 11th position, currently 29th place. Marvin Schubert, KMS Racing Team, down one to 28th. Not bad to only be down one position. Strathern Motorsport, again another team that have had a difficult start, 27th for them at the moment. We play Dimitri Panarin in 26th place. Team Nitro have got Kaj Paul still behind the wheel, 25th position for Kaj, but he is closing in on Alexander Wrights. Wrights is stationary, that'll be wide. Cullenworth Racing Team's Nissan currently in 24th. Pause on the dog, I say Wrights is heading on his way, so he will hold on. Easy for me to say. To 24th place, Daniel Bourne for Cryonics. They've got themselves back to 23rd place. Cornig is out for the Rocket, one of the TPDX drivers. 22nd place, Matija Meeks for Alpha Racing Team. In the Lexus, 21st. Brunier is out for Nearly On Pace Racing. 20th position for him. Pit Speed Racing, Vimazar is back out behind the wheel for them, 19th place. Michael Burke for ACC Acute. Oh, the ACC Acute Racing driver. We'll find him in the barrier there through 38 and 39. Vimazar is a fair bit. We've got an overtake potentially happening ahead, as we've got the Apex BRM BEGO Racing combination, 17th place. Hoogland for Infelix in the 16th position. It is Machado for Valcra, 15th place for the Valcra team at the minute, and they've got ACC Italia, one-time top 10 runners, still up 3 on where they started the race, with 14th position for them. Machado absolutely giving a run for the money. We'll keep an eye on that as we look at Oliver Martins for Madcap Racing in 12th, with Drybig for Sim RC Pro-Am. They're now running in 11th position. Dionysus Adler, Madcap Racing's Bentley in 10th place, and Caleb Racing still inside the top 10 after dropping 5 spots, 9th place for their Ferrari at the moment. Kevin Braun, Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia still behind the wheel, 8th place for them at the moment. Hansen for the B-Alien by Nitro Concept Team, looking to get back to where they started the race, currently in 7th position though. Pascal Giraud for the Freelancers, they're up 7 spots, big gains on the top 10 cars. They're running in 6th place. We've got Nico Benzler out for Race Place, down 4. Started on pole position, currently running in 5th place. Ahead of them, Marvin Moritz, the Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinitz Lexus, 4th place. Tim Kreuselberg for LFM Esports, currently running in 3rd position. It is the Boomer squad that are currently running in 2nd. Kreuselberg for LFM will retake 2nd place when Babin comes into the pits. And of the 33 runners in the GT3 class, it is George Boothby. Started in 2nd place, very quickly took 1st place, and very quickly, I'm sure, forgot what a rear view mirror was. And if he does happen to glance in it, the only thing he's going to see is the GT3s and BMWs that he is going past in the slower classes. He is absolutely in a world of his own out there. After taking a pit stop, he came out with a 44-second gap to 2nd place, and he has extended that on the fresh tyres by 10 seconds. The track is still wet. We're still holding 13 degrees. It is fast approaching the witching hour. 11:30 PM, which means I do believe it is so 7 minutes to 11. So We're about 28 minutes out from real time. But still, it's not conditions that are conducive to a quick drying track. That is for sure. Oh, yeah, it's been a bit of a rarity up at the top of the field with Michael Burke. Now that is that's a meaningful wiggle on the way out of, into the pits. On the way out of the garden section, and does pull straight into the pits. Brunier as well has just had a bit of a moment. Let's see if we can find that. Oh yeah, lots of cars. Let's go side by side on a damp track at night in the carousel. Absolutely great what you want to be doing in these conditions, but it just gets thrown at you. As you can see, the track map on the right hand side there is absolutely jam-packed for the vast majority of the track. Not much free land, real estate. There we go. Not much free real estate out on the track at the moment. That is car 70 showing a yellow flag. Nothing on the incident tracker. That is one of the BMWs, Krovkov for Vixen Velocity. Oh, absolutely bouncing off the walls again. That's not showing on the incident. That's... Oh no, I wonder if that's some kind of technical... Oh no. That's a jump back to the pits. And that's as technical as that explanation needs to be. So yeah, some kind of technical failure there. The steering wheel absolutely locked. You could hear the engine revving, but the car just kept going in a straight line. So it happens in any kind of racing, whether it is simulated or otherwise. These things do unfortunately happen. The track now promoted to greasy as the late night sun, moon, still peeks out behind the clouds. We have got Sim RC Endurance into the pits. This will be their now scheduled pit stop. Of course, as a wiser man than I once said, no battle plan truly survives first contact with the enemy. So multiple strategies will have been formed. And adapted stint timers will now be adhered to, and that is then back in the pits. Herzog for Khaled, just coming along the Dottinger Straight. Still a fair bit from the pit entrance, so you're right at the start of the Dottinger Straight, so a fair bit to go. There is Ron already on his out lap. We'll see if it is, in fact we'll check where Boothby is, 58 seconds. And the difference in time, I mean, I know Boothby's been quicker, the gap was up to 90 seconds, but we didn't until now see it increasing at quite this kind of pace. And if I was a betting man, I would say it is all to do with those tyre pressures, given the way the temperature and the track has changed over the past few laps, and being such long laps it is the past few laps. Boothby recently coming in, putting a nice fresh bit of PSI in the tyres, keeping that heat and getting it up where he needs it. Would be hard pressed against that being the case here. The gap already now 60 seconds, 59 seconds, just over 59. So yeah, it is starting to increase at a decent rate in Boothby's favour. We'll see when the rest of the field come in to take their pit stop. It wouldn't be a bad time to do so. You obviously want to run your stint for as long as possible, but in these ever-changing conditions, getting a bit of a jump on them certainly couldn't be a bad thing. Sebula for Prime E-Racing still out on track. We're expecting a pit stop from the GT4 on-track leader, which will then promote Creme de la Course back to the top spot. GT Auto are going to take a shot at the top spot as well. So in fact we may see Sebula come in at the pits. Bourbon may well go past, which would then put him in second place. Sebula would be behind. Warner comes in at the pits. Bourbon takes the lead, and then we start all over again. Doom. I won't sing. I won't sing, I wouldn't do that to you. Vegan still in 4th, Michael Schmidt. No, just popping a couple of wheels off the track as he goes past the car. Daniel Bourne for Cryonics. Very slickly in and out of the pits. Let's see. Oh, Pascal Giraud for Freelancer. Again, interaction with the GT4 on this occasion. Be Alien by Nightly, Raphael Hansen behind the wheel. Kevin Braun is back. Out, so no driver swap at the moment for Sim RC Endurance. And again, I do think we'll see the lap times of Braun significantly quicker than most of the drivers ahead of him, given that he has just come in again, pumped up those tyres. The extra heat, get those blankets on, get them at full tilt. I'm sure the drivers will be saying. I don't think the GT4s or the BMWs actually get that luxury. It's going to be an absolute certified nightmare. Keeping heating the tyres on the sides. I mean, it could be worse. It could be Porsche Cup cars. There we go. I said it. Sebula. He's been at the pits. 9 pit stops so far. Let's see. Boothby. Wow, he's only been in 8. So he's really run the maximum number of stints, or maximised these stints. Bavin's already been in 9, Kreuzelberg 9 as well. The rest of the GT3 fields have as well. In fact, Vimazar has only been in 8 as well. In the GT4 class, Sebula on 9 pit stops so far. Forner on 10 pit stops. My goodness gracious me, get your glasses fixed. And Berbin, he's only been in 8. Callet Racing have just done another driver swap. Daniel Dorr has come out behind the wheel of their lead GT4 entry. That is their 10th pit stop sites as well on 10. Polyakov and the team, 12 times they've found themselves in the pits so far. Timo Swicker in 14 times. That does seem to be 14 times. A few of the slower class cars have been in. So yeah, big difference between the number of pit stops. But yeah, that is just goes to show you really the absolute dominance up at the front there. He's 54 seconds. 60 seconds ahead, he's just out of the pits as well. That's the thing, he is just out of the pits. Let's see if we can get a look. Well, I absolutely know we can get a look. Right, okay, yeah, and Babin is about to come into the pits. He's got 6 minutes left on his stint. We'll need to jump there and there. Right, Kreuzelberg's still got 50 minutes, so yeah, Kreuzelberg is going to take, so there's a 42-minute difference between Babin and Kreuzelberg, so Kreuzelberg is going to retake 2nd place as predicted, and Babin is going to come back into the pits, and that is going to re-establish the 2-minute gap, almost 2-minute gap that Boothby has, or over a minute and a half, a minute 40, we'll say. That's what it was before he came in the pits. So we'll see what it is when Babin comes in, which is going to be the end of the start. Well, you can see there, Boothby 2 minutes ahead of Kreuzelberg, a minute to Babin and a minute back to Kreuzelberg. Oh, so that is going to be pretty close actually for Kreuzelberg coming out of the pits with Babin. Nice, right, where is Babin then? Right, he's just started this lap. Well, he really is gambling here. If anything goes wrong on this lap, they're not only going to be limping back for the extra time in the pits for damage, they're going to have to serve a drive-through as well for missing the stint timer. Absolutely not what you need to be doing. So yeah, fingers crossed for them. Track's still greasy. It's still got single cloud cover and still 11 kilometres an hour wind. Still Boothby building absolute mountains of gap up at the front. Let's check in on Sim RC Endurance. Oh, and in fact, it's Lucas Road that's out behind the wheels. My apologies. Obviously takes further into the lap for that to register, but it is Road that is out behind the wheel. I did say I expected some very quick pace from the car. That's an 8:51 they've just done. Oh yeah, no, they're I was expecting actually. Giro, Hansen, they're all 8:32s. Boothby in 8:34, so yeah, Babin's tyres really not in the wind. The rest of the top 10 around them absolutely flying in comparison. Giro 11 seconds quicker on that previous lap. Constant blue flags waving, so much traffic, and it is getting even darker for the drivers. Yeah, not the easiest. There we go to see everything that's going on. The brake lights, the headlights, the shadows, all kinds of fun as Aston Martin of Giro nails through. So yeah, Giro is absolutely moving quicker than Boothby on that last lap. The GT4s, let's see if we've had any more pit stops there. Sabula is still out. Oh, Schubert looking for an overtake on Gorlick. So that is KMS versus Strater. Not much Strater need at this point, trying to make their way back up the field. Is Schubert though on full push and got one of the Nordschleife discos. I really need to attend one of them. Absolutely on the bucket list. Well, let's see more Ferrari on Ferrari action. You'll love to see it. I'm definitely not biased. It's just that I am. But yeah, I love watching the Ferraris. These two getting close together. Definitely looks like Schubert is the quicker of the two. His windscreen looking more than worse for wear as well. Just to make it that a little bit easier for him. Absolutely no problem at all as he teared down through Spiegel Curve. Yes, again, the track's still greasy, so it really is. It could stay greasy for quite some time. Curves are going to take an absolute eternity to completely dry out. And yeah, so you are effectively dicing to death. Every time you interact with one, 0.3 of a second. He's used that traffic beautifully there. Schubert looking for the move on goal that he got side by side. He then has to drop back into line. Couldn't find the room on track there. Falls back in, but is he going to go for it? How close are they? Oh, that looked side by side, but it wasn't. He was still just behind. Let's jump on board and see if we get a proper look. Yeah, through his shattered and broken windscreen. Not the best view. But it does let us see what is going on. He has definitely got pace on Gorlick at the moment. Schubert will be chomping it to get past here. Fair bit to go until the Dottinger straight. I'm sure he would like to get it done well before then if he can, rather than having to rely on that. Try and get his legs stretched before he gets there. Teared down the hill we go, mid curve gone and done and dusted. 37 through 38. Oh, and he's unbind, he's bounced himself massively off the wall there. And that is Gorlick trying his best to hang on. I think you can see the difference in the tyres making a huge difference there again. Schubert looking like his tyres still very much in the window, and Gorlick finding out the hard way that his tyres definitely not. Big bounce off the wall. Schubert instantly a second ahead, back up to 27th position where they started. So still hovering around. Let's see, Chris Warner within a second of Sebula. Sebula in the pits. No incident showing, but certainly we've got a battle for the lead of the GT4s. And yeah, this could be a bit interesting. Chris Warner, oh, we've got a full on here flags popping up. Vimazar, sorry, involved. Reptile Racing involved as well. They're close to one another on track, so there is blue flag waving, blue flags waving. And speaking of close to one another on track, it is Warner and Sebula. So these two, this is for the lead in the GT4 class. And it is halfway through his stint for Warner. Okay, yeah, 9 minutes left, so the tyres are well used at the minute. Here Chris Warner just sails that one around the outside. There's blue flags approaching them as well, but that is a textbook overtake through turns 34 and 35 here. Chris Warner taking the creme de la course car back to the top of the GT4s. We're still an hour and 20 minutes away from the halfway mark. Sebula keeping pace at the moment. He'll be hoping to do so while the quicker GT3 cars come through. The GT3 race leader not too far down on these drivers, so he will be, well, yeah, could well be considered fast approaching given the pace difference between these cars. We've got the battle just on the edge of the top 20. It is Matej Meeks of Alpha Racing Team in the Lexus. He is chasing down Sebastian Brunier in the nearly on pace BMW. They are in the last third of the lap. We know what the Lexus can do in a straight line, so any guesses on what Matej Meeks, his strategy is going to be at this point in time? I wonder. The BMW is going to be caught absolutely bang to rights by the pace of the long-legged Lexus along the Nottingham Straight, unless they have to deal with traffic beforehand, which slows up the BMW and opens up the inside line for the Lexus to have a look at the late night left-hander. Nothing doing at the moment, but Matej Meeks opens him up for the cutback, sends the car miles past them there. Wow, that is... Brunier almost came to a standstill there. Let's have a look at a replay, referee. So we're going to far chase cam because, yep, so we've got the leader in the GT4 class. Oh, there we go, he did come to a standstill because the creme de la course car has been tapped. The only saving grace there is he has been tapped again and put back in the right direction. There is Chris Warner there. Now he's only just got the overtake done on Sebula, and Sebula has said thank you very much, Mr. GT3. It's an ill wind that blows nobody some good, but that contact has certainly blown some good the way of the Prime E-Racing car. They are now in prime position to potentially retake the lead of the GT4s. So yeah, a little spoke in the works for the creme de la course team after a phenomenal charge, although I'm saying all this and we can clearly see the creme de la course car. Well, actually we can see it less and less, let's be honest. It is yeah, he's gathered himself up nicely. Of course the GT4s nowhere near as aerodynamically dependent as the GT3 cars, so they can take a little bit of a bump here and there and still function pretty highly. And yeah, certainly the creme de la course car managing to do so. We've got battles going on as well here. We've got Clive Allen and Geet Stan. They're going to end the GT4s. The Mercedes has been on a charge for Henry Racing. They're up to 41st. That's 8th in class at the minute with Clive Allen for Cosworth Racing, another team that's been on a charge through the field. Yeah, Allen in 9th, just wanted to confirm that there, and that is that a blue flag. That's a GT3 BMW making his way through. So Allen will fall back into line, and we hope to catch up to Stan. There's another car there as well. Now Haller Racing have got Tone Star behind the wheel of C. But Alan, he is full concentrated on staying ahead, although he is now fully ahead. So Cosworth having to do it in the building here. I love the sound of the Mercedes. It's absolutely worth using Forbidden Chase Car for that. Oh, Sebula in the pits. So Sebula taking the pit stop as expected, but it'll be a nice little unexpected surprise for them to have been so close to Warner when they did after that little incident. Warner seems to very quickly shrugged that one off. No major dip in sector times, and in fact it's running very quickly on this lap at the moment. Almost midnight in game. We've got a chat in there as well. Gaz de Womball, hello, I'm new here. This has been entertaining, thanks for the commentary. Gaz de Womball, thank you very much indeed. You're absolutely welcome, hope you're enjoying. Raptor Witch, I hope, yeah, there we go, Elephant Socials as well. Discord in there, but yeah, glad you're enjoying. Are you a race fan in general, Gaz? Do you do any racing yourself? Do let us know. Are you cheering on anyone in particular, or just, yeah, as I say, here to watch some top racing? We've still got 75 cars, I believe. Yes, we do. Still got 75 cars, so I think we've lost, what, 2 cars over the opening, now almost rapidly approaching. That's an hour and 15 minutes I've been back in the comments. Where does the time go? Can someone please explain this to me? Right, okay, 47th place we have Ludger Schindler. Apologies, Mr. Schindler. Behind the wheel is Skidmark Racing plus friends at Mercedes. He's got Fabio Scheer just ahead of him. Kozubek Racing Team. There we go. Some more spoiler cam. Beautiful headlight glare as well. I play Assetto Corsa on PS4 on controller. Right, okay. Hard to play that way. It is an art form. Yep, I started off on controller myself, but that was on Forza 2 or 3 back in the day. Gran Turismo 1 and 2. Yeah, absolutely showing the age now. Yeah, stopped for a while and then got back into it a few years ago. But yeah, it's definitely an art form. Oh, and there's definitely a bit of door banging going on between these two. It's the battle for track position. It's Schindler versus Scheer, and it is sheer willpower that Schindler has shown to get himself ahead. He's taken the inside line bravely on a greasy track in the GT4, and he has taken himself that position ever closer to top 10 glory in the GT4s. I love Nürburgring. It's a beautiful and testing track. A testing track is somewhat of an understatement. I don't have the full Nordschleife on PS4 though. Okay, I'm sure it's on Gran Turismo Sport and Gran Turismo 7. I think, and I'm sure on ACC as well actually. I'm wondering if the PS4 version has the Nordschleife actually. I'm not 100% sure, perhaps not. Okay, yeah, I'm 47, so yeah, you and I are absolutely singing from the same hymn sheet, guys. So yeah, so you'll know exactly that I know the Wombles of Wimbledon, Wombling 3. Absolutely loved that back in the day. So yeah, I'm very glad I was able to use that reference. Oh, they've got references ahoy, terrible segue, race place. Look, they take more places. It's at the expense of the freelancer Aston Martin. Pascal Giraud is aforementioned Aston Martin, and is definitely not showing the pace that race place are at the moment. Race place, of course, starting up in pole position, and yeah, currently running in 5th place. The freelancers, by comparison, started in 13th. So it's unlucky for some, it's not so unlucky for the freelancers. It is safe to say, although Bensler, that position for the freelancers, currently not too safe to say that they're going to be able to hold on to it. More traffic for them to deal with. I don't know why I keep mentioning more traffic to deal with. There is always traffic to deal with in a 75 car race at the Nordschleife. especially when it's multi-class. So yes, there will constantly be traffic on the screen, Mr. Commentator. Let's just focus on the cars that we are focusing on. Cheeky bit of slipstream along the Dottinger for the Ferrari. Again, you're seeing just how found out the Ferrari is in a straight line against the rest of the cars. In the twisty stuff, it is pretty decent to say the least, but when it comes to straight line speed, our survey says no. In through the Tiergarten complex, it is certainly a garden that can draw a lot of tears as well. Yeah, that for me, almost as bad as Arnfaust Forest. They are, yeah, incredibly tricky. That Aston Martin showing absolutely no mercy on the straight whatsoever. He even benefited from a little bit of slipstream from the Ferrari, so he got slipstream from the Ferrari. And remember as well, the laws of physics clearly dictate when two cars are in the slipstream, it's not just the car behind that is benefiting. It does help lift the air on the car in front as well, so they will find an increase in their speed as well. Beautifully played by Pascal Giraud. He's got that gap back up to 1.8 seconds in less than a couple of miles of track. After Benzler was, as we saw, right under his rear spoiler. What we're going to do, my apologies, looks like the commentator does need a very quick pit stop, so we'll have a jump around the field, and I'll be back with you all in a few moments for more coverage of the low fuel motorsport 24 hours of Nords. Thank you to everyone that's liked and subscribed on the YouTube so far. Please do hit and give us some likes and subscribes as well. Ever growing channel, German and English and Spanish broadcasts brought to you across Twitch and YouTube. Thanks to all the follows and first time chatters and all the chatters across all of the platforms. Again, if there is any teams that you want to see, any drivers that you want to see, we are more than happy to do some on-board laps with them, things like that. So yeah, give us a shout and let us know, and I'll be back in a moment. Back once again, there we go, fluids all topped up, of course. If you're watching at home, we're getting late, it's the witching hour is upon us as we approach Halloween. We are approaching the halfway mark of the race, and we have reached and breached the midnight end game as well. Double cloud cover, so no natural light finding the drivers as they find their way out on track and find themselves into the gravel in some incidents. Still been plenty more yellow flags. Naeem, in fact, just having one there himself through Flatsea Garden. The Apex BRM VEGO Lexus currently running in 16th place, looking to get back to at least 14th if they can. Wow, already over the half hour. Absolutely wild. Lucas Busak is out behind the wheel for the Dynamic Motorsports by Callan's Lexus. 6th place they are at the moment, and it is Lucas Road for Simmercy Endurance by Barmenia, tasked with catching them. There is a Herculean gap there, but all things are possible at the Nordschleife in one lap, never mind several. It is another mind-bending fact though, just to show how long the track is. We are indeed 11 hours into the race. The lead car's only done 77 laps. So yeah, big changes. We've got Cheshire coming into the pits. Hugh Glenn looks like he's getting the move done on Naeem. So yeah, it's Hugh Glenn and Naeem. They are battling away. Naeem actually saw he's got himself his nose in front while Cheshire's in the pits, and Naeem in a Lexus in a straight line wins the battle. Wow, have you ever seen the like against a Ferrari as well? I never thought I would see the day. But that is Amariel Naeem for Apex BRM VEGO. He has gone full Geo in the Lexus. Got himself up to 15th place. Nico Benzler finding himself in the pits once again. This will be double figures of stops for the race place team. Pascal Giroux stays in 4th as Busick goes past Benzler. Let's see where Lucas Road is in comparison. So he is a fair chunk of change down, so he does have a whole lot of ground to make up to catch up to Benzler and the team. Plenty of time to do it though. Boothby, I think, still has a bit of time on the clock. Yeah, 22 minutes before he needs to come into the pits. Again, there was someone in the chat mentioned earlier on YouTube, Karting Arnaud. If anyone else does know across any of the chats, please let me know. I was told that one of someone is doing the race solo to raise money for their daughter. Huge respect, but he unfortunately didn't say which solo driver it was. I didn't see anything on Boothby's stream, and I don't know if the Fleur is streaming. But if anyone does know, please do let me know, and I will see if I can't share a little donation link and get everyone on the bandwagon basically. Let's have a look at some more overtakes. It's the Skidmark Racing. Not left too many this race, to be fair. They've got DC Racing just ahead of them, so it's Mercedes versus Mercedes. Here in Germany, we've had Porsche v Porsche, we've had BMW v BMW, and we've got an entire BMW field. Full homage being paid to our track hosts. Yeah, full party mode around the side of the track still. You absolutely love to see it. You love to see how close these two are at this stage of the race. They're out just outside the top 15. Was CAGT3 absolutely fly past there and leave the two of them standing. They've both done that well, in fact. That is yeah, nice and close. They've managed to stay, no advantage to give it, although Schindler is now alongside, as you can hear. We will be able to see there, so Schindler's managed to pop the car, De Bono, sorry, has managed to pop the car alongside. Schindler has gone past, sorry, Schindler has gone past De Bono. And they've swapped back again. Oh, right, okay. Voodoo 728, so it is Boothby, right, okay. Right, yes. Well, yeah, wish him even more luck in the racing. Yeah, so that'll be the link there. Right, okay, and there is more info as well. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go full beans on this. So yeah, he's put together a quick video as well, explaining. I obviously won't have a chance to watch it myself at the moment, but there we go. That is a link to the video explaining what George is doing and the money-raising efforts. And there is the link. Actually, I'll share that on YouTube as well. So there is the link to donate. I've got the wrong YouTube chat open. My apologies, bear with me a moment, YouTube. All the technical fun, there we go. My apologies to the English chat on YouTube. I've forgotten we have switched over. So let's pop that out, let's grab that, let's do that. Hola, Marlon Riando. Welcome in again, apologies. We missed you earlier on. I did have the wrong chat open. Absolute tube, but there is. Pop that there. I will pop that there. So yeah, so there we go, George Boothby, UCOG Monkey, a long time regular here at LFM, raising money for his daughter. There is a link there to the video and a link to the donation link as well. Huge thank you in advance to anyone that does donate, and I'll be sure to check that out as soon as I finish my stint here. Panarin is in the pits, and we've got Gorlick just popping himself a yellow flag, PSR with a yellow flag as well. Where is... no, sorry, it's Kajpor that we're on board with. It was Konstantin Gorlick, the Straighter Motorsport team. Back up to 28 positions, so they are gaining positions back. It has been a tough race, but it's been an absolute testament to their character. And yeah, oh, as I say that, curse of the commentator, straight off track. But a testament to their staying power, still out and running. Just LFM socials as well. Panarin, as I mentioned, in the pits. Renault Ritchie back out behind the wheel for the Boomer squad in the Lexus. So Renault Ritchie back up to second place at 110 seconds behind Boothby. So yeah, Boothby still showing absolutely wild pace up at the front, although Renault Ritchie's just got 3 seconds faster than him on that lap there. Absolute swings and roundabouts around this course. Naeem, absolute tank slapper from the Lexus. And Naeem there at the back of the car, not happy, and that looks like a BMW was off track as well. Let's grab ourselves a little lookie. We'll jump on the chase cam again because late at night in trees, unfortunately. So yeah, BMW. Oh, he's just been a bit too cautious there. Wiggled over that curve. He's ended up putting the BMW into the wall. The Nordschleife very much doing Nordschleife things by the look of it. So yeah, Boothby in first, Kreuzelberg still in that third position. Oh, Gorlick with another yellow flag. That's not going well for him. Forner in first place. Still Sebula back out of the pits now, a minute behind. So Warner Gorlick, I think he's carrying damage because he is popping yellow flags constantly. And Ricky Lafleur still massively leading the way in the BMWs. He's now got 2 of the GT4 cars between him and his closest BMW, which in itself is absolutely incredible. Yeah, absolutely insane pace. Insane pace by Lafleur to be absolutely dominating in the BMW's Thorsten Dragon. Now, he is Khaled as well. My apologies to Khaled and Thorsten. He does usually drive for Dragon Racing Team, but he has teamed up, it seems, with Khaled for this one. I did not spot that earlier, so yeah, apologies to the team. But yeah, Dragon out for Khaled. So Khaled doing exceptionally well. GBAT Esports, a little bit of damage on that BMW. That's them into the pits. Carmelo Rizzo out behind the wheel at the moment. Could well be a second one. Stefan Schwiers behind the wheel of the 5B Esports BMW. They're about to run themselves up into 3rd place. So yeah, oh no, they're not, because they're going to pull into the pits, but they're certainly closing in on that 3rd place. That's absolutely what they'll be focusing on. Where do we have? That's DC Racing against SLR Motorsport. Maffioletti in the Mercedes, looking pretty quick at the moment against Reichling. Again, more traffic for them. It's a BMW that they're going past. You can see a big difference between the GT4s and the BMWs. I think there's an even bigger difference between the 4s and the BMWs. Oh, one of the cars just having a slight connection issue there. Can't confirm the server is still running. Wow, the stream flashed before my eyes there. I thought we are still out and running. We'll jump on board Maffioletti once again. He has got, is that SimRC Endurance's Aston Martin? No. It is not, I'm not sure which yellow Ferrari that is. But anyway, that has separated them by almost 2 seconds. So the traffic saving one of the cars there. Konstantin Gorlick, no real surprise, comes into the pits. There's a couple of yellow flags there. Mattia Meeks in the Lexus coming in as well for Alpha Team Racing, 20th position there. The drivers up at the front did have plenty of time. And I tell you what, Renault Ritchie, he is doing his best to make up as much time as possible on Boothby, 3 seconds quicker on that previous lap. Still 2 minutes behind. Boothby just finishing another lap there, another 8:15. So very consistent. But there, as you can see, for Renault Ritchie in 8:10 and then in 8:12. Yeah, these little increments can certainly chip away. And Dennis Adler comes into the pits for Madcap Racing along with a GT4 McLaren and a BMW M2 as well for good measure. 9th place. Adler coming in for Uwe Sailor out for SimRC Endurance. They've just come out of the pits. They're back down to 11, so there's going to be more, another massive chopping and changing through another pit stop phase. Eskil Kloppert is now out for the B-Alien by Nyko Concepts Porsche. So they're going to retake 9th as Adler is into the pits. Do we have, yeah, Gorlick we saw come in, and Chris Warner, there we go, right on cue. That is the Creme de la Course car that comes in, and Sebula is going to get close, in fact barreling along the Dottinger Straight, so with a good shout of retaking. Oh, now they're behind. Yeah, they were pretty close when they came in. Oh! And that is not gone well at all. Having to reverse all the way there. That is car 31. So that is through the final chicane. Oh, the back of the car just lifts and then bounce. Oh, absolute nightmare. They get caught on the other side of the track. So a big one there for the Racehouse Esports team. They've been running well. Chris Warner is on his way out, and Sebula is into the lead of the GT4s. So a nice bit of undercut there. Schmidt, just getting overtaken. But Sebula getting Prime E-Racing back up to the top of the GT4s. Chris Warner back out in second place. Maffioletti still trying to get past Reichling. Mercedes v Mercedes, yes indeed it is. And that was a brave number of wheels on the grass there. Can't confirm a brave number of wheels on the grass here is 1. Any more than 0. Lewis Rachel there down 51st overall. That is two very different lines here and two very different corner exit speeds for the two Mercedes. Maffioletti getting closer and closer, coming at the end of lap 72 sorry, for these drivers. So close to the carousel, he is absolutely all over the backward now. You can hear both engines clearly there, the SLR coming under increased pressure, and save Reptile Racing in the GT3s. Blue flags his way through this battle. And that leaves Reichling to fight for another couple of corners, but Maffioletti not going to be letting this one go anytime soon. Clearly showing he's got the pace at the moment out of these two drivers, and he is going to be trying to get himself back up, and he really has. So much more pace he's got than Reichling at the moment. Already back to within 3/10 of a second as we come to the end of the lap of the mini carousel. Still to go. Oh no, I've already been through. But it does kick up there, that always helps. And we've got another blue flag coming as well. Ooh, now this will make it interesting in a couple of corners' time. That car is getting ever closer. Mikhail Schmidt. More yellow flags there. I'm going to keep an eye on this battle though. Renault Ritchie with another 8-minute 12. So another 3 seconds he's taken there. Warner 27 seconds down on Sebula at the top of the GT4s. Doer and Bourbon. So yeah, it's the top 3 for Cala Racing at the moment. That is quite the team entry in that classic car. They're absolutely killing it. Absolutely killing it. Maffioletti now 1.2 seconds down, so yeah, wow. Big wiggle for him there as well. Sorry, as I was looking at the timing tower, we did see another GT3 coming through. Here comes another one. And they're coming thick and fast as we come to the Dottinger Straight. That's where it's going to be a bit of a battle, the greasy track. Now up to optimum, track temperature down to 12. Wind is still steady at 11 kilometers an hour. So that's absolutely going to keep them on their toes. You see absolutely redlining that GT4. Gets the captain within half a second. As another lap barrels by. Oh, we've got Machado and Naim in the pits. In the GT3s, that's 14th and 15th place. We'll see if they are still behind the wheel in a few corners' time. Ooh, in a tear gap, and that is again almost tears in the garden. It's not a good exit, but he was aiming to go into the pits, so that does put Maffioletti ahead. Schmidt and Reichling, after a couple of big incidents, they've both made their way into the pits, and we've got more overtaking action involving Amaruel and Naeem. He's just come out of the pits as well, and he has come out directly ahead of Kuderbach. In fact, they were side by side into turn number 1, and the cold-tired Lexus just managing to stick his nose ahead of the McLaren. Kuderbeck well in the hunt, though. He's out from Madcap Racing. They have over half their start position, 34th up to 16th so far. I'm sure they will like to take another 18 positions. Well, that would give them beyond first place, but yeah, another few positions in the second half of the race, I'm sure will be more than gratefully received. They're hoping to get one now at the expense of Naeem, who is ragdolling that Lexus as much as possible while trying to warm the tyres. He's gone a bit too ambitious there on the cold tyres of McLaren. Ooh, almost having a nibble there. The door firmly closed shut by the Lexus. Defending for everything he's worth. Again, it's all about those cold tyres at the minute. That is what he's dealing with. Kuderbeck needing to take advantage as early in the lap as possible. Brunier coming into the pits as well in the GT3s. I think we're 2 more GT4s in. So close in the corners once again, and Kuderbeck is so close, unable to get the power down on the exit, and that leaves Naeem to skate away again. Yes, indeed, Fabio Scheer in the GT4s. He's come into the pits as well. None of the BMWs in at the moment, but we are going to see some of them coming in soon as well. Let's double check on our overall race leader's stint. He's in the pits. I did think it was coming to an end, but there is Boothby in the pits. Renault Ritchie still lapping in the 8-minute 12s. Kuderbeck still lapping under the rear wing of Naeem. They're just out into the start of the lap. They've just blue flag past another car. Very handily done by both of them. And it's fast approaching on a BMW. Perfect timing just to keep it extra spicy. And Naeem turned down the hill up over the undulations. Stomach quickly loses gravity for a few seconds. Absolutely on the edge through here into Arenberg, and it is a less than an arm's length between the two of them. Has he got the exit this time? On with the slow car on the inside, so he's going to wheel with the blue Lexus trying to go off the slipstream as much as possible. Pulls right back in front of the GT4 as quickly as possible, but they are so quickly past, doesn't really make a huge difference. The brake lights absolutely flashing. Ooh, and it is heavy on the brakes for both of the cars. The McLaren so much quicker through the corners. And it is Ramadan that is out behind the wheel, so there's been a driver swap there for the Lexus team, and that is now confirmed on the tower. Ramadan out behind the wheel. Kuderbeck still got a very good look at that Lexus badge. He's going to need to work hard to find himself an overtake. Renault Ritchie 37 seconds down, 40 seconds down on Boothby since he's come back out with the pits. So maintaining a good gap. Kuderbeck is who we're on board with. I'm also going to keep an eye on Kevin Wetzel and Daniel Vaughan. They're within 5 seconds, so some overtakes here. GT4s have a couple of them have been into the pits. We've still got Ricky Lafleur with in fact 3 GT4s behind them now. And we are still running 75 cars as well, so no one's come a killer cropper so far, and long may that continue. And long may this battle continue. We'll see if Ramadan can fend off Kuderbeck for the remainder of the lap. Of course, we know he's going to have a huge advantage on that Dottinger straight. McLaren definitely is a car that can pretend to keep up. Can definitely do a better job than the Ferrari, that is for sure. Now he just needs to keep up for the rest of the lap, he says. Easy, of course it is. Is that an overtake going on there? Yeah, Decker for Pit Speed Racing involved in a battle with Renato Simic. It looks like the Alpha Racing team's actually out the pits, just swapped drivers, making their way back past a couple of teams. There's Kaj Paw coming in to the pits from 25th position, and no one in the lower class is in. Look at Blacks with the yellow flag there, just had a bit of a bump and ended up off track, bounced off the walls a couple of times, but is getting back up to speed. Decker and Simic is on a move. Florian Heeb coming in for HWR, 12th position there and at the moment. Where is Cheshire? A fair bit down, so they should come back out in 12th place as well. So a good opening half of their race. Peter back 1.8 seconds down now on Ramadan. So Ramadan really opening up since coming out of the pits. Is getting those tyres into the groove very quickly despite the diminishing track temperature. I'm sure there was another potential overtake I was watching. Yes, there we go, in the GT4s. Khaled Racing involved in more racing, and it is Kozubek Racing that they're chasing down. Kozubek have made it easy there. He's gone onto the grass. That is a massive tank slapper there, and no defence given whatsoever. Rightly so. The loss of momentum there, absolutely huge for Kozubek, and Hans Graupel, one of the easiest overtakes he's going to get, although definitely one of the scarier ones. When a car in front of you goes, yeah, it can be massively unforgiving around here. Ben Zeitz comes in for Cryonics GT4 Mercedes. They are running top 5 in the minute in the GT4s. Mikhail Krasov still in 6th position. It looks to be carrying a bit of damage. Oh yeah, flappy bonnet syndrome once again. The GT4 people by Ford and Dynamic in 6th place. Still wouldn't put it past them if they made it onto the podium, I will say that. At the moment it is Krempel, of course, sandwiched by Khaled Racing Team. Sorry, no, it's not, that's in the BMWs. It's Prime E Racing that are in prime position at the moment. 5 seconds of the gap Chris Warner has closed since coming out of the pits. We'll see if that overtake further up the field is redeveloping. It doesn't look like it is. Decker has been left behind by Simic, that is for absolutely sure. Wetzel is still 5.5 seconds behind Born. So Born, it looks like, was just having a bit of an off lap. But the rest of the field looking very settled. Which I'm sure they're all Hans Graupel and Brett Schneider still very close, in fact. So yeah, and as I'm saying that, he's run massively wide, all 4 wheels on the gravel, little mini tank slapper when he gets back on, and that gap has now gone beyond the 1 second mark very quickly indeed, and they're going to put a BMW M2 Cup car between the two of them. That is just going to accentuate the gap even further in Graupel's favour. Khaled Racing nicely timed, good avoidance there, and yeah, 1.5 seconds that gap has got up to there. Very nicely done indeed. This is all running very slowly at the moment, unfortunately. So yeah, only 30 minutes away from the halfway mark. That'll be midnight here in Britain. That'll be 1 o'clock in the morning, of course, in Europe. Goodness only knows what time it's going to be in New Zealand, but we are an hour away from George Cook joining us. Let me just look like at least a semi-professional. So it'll be 5 to 2 in the afternoon for George. So there we go. It's wild how time zones work. He never tells me the lottery or any sporting results though. He told me he's seen a film called Back to the Future too many times. Apparently that warned against it somewhat. So yeah, never shares the lottery numbers, but he is a cracking broadcaster and commentator. And I think he does have Isaac Fogarty joining on 4 sections of the race as well. Isaac is an absolutely cracking prospect over at Tracksport TV with George, so massively looking forward to watching that back tomorrow. But it is still myself that you need to put up with for the next hour. Daniel Burke coming into the pits. We'll just let the camera bounce about the field for a bit. We'll get as many drivers on screen as we can. As I say, we're halfway through the 24 hours of the Nordschleife from Low Fuel Motorsport. Over 260,000 drivers across the platforms and sims, so get yourself over there, get yourself involved, and of course if you hang about the chat long enough, there is discount codes for setup partners as well, so yeah, absolutely hang on in there and get yourself some top level setups on the cheap, which is yeah, never a bad thing, let's face it. Up at the front it is Boothby running this one solo. He is back to 40 seconds ahead of Renault Ritchie. Yeah, just incredible pace. Renault Ritchie was a couple of seconds quicker than him as Boothby was coming to the end of the previous stint, but his last lap, Boothby, oh no, sorry, 9:07, because he is still on. Oh yeah, so that was his out lap. He's now doing a flying lap, but certainly the pace has massively picked up. That's Renault Ritchie down in the 8-minute 9s. So 8-minute 9 for his lap. We'll keep an eye and see what Boothby's next lap is. But of course Renault Ritchie is going to be coming into the pits next time much sooner than Boothby is. Sasha Wassner back out behind the wheel for LFM Esports. They're back into third place. They'll take second when Renault Ritchie comes in at the pits, and then when Wassner comes in the pits, Renault Ritchie will take second place. If anybody wants to do the mathematics and work out where that leaves us 12 hours from now, that would be phenomenal. Golden rule of the comedy box: never do mathematics live. It will never end well for you. It's bad enough with the predictions and the thought processes that we put into the driver's head. I wonder if they're doing this, I wonder if they're doing that. Nope. 90% of the time it's absolutely nothing like that, and that has been confirmed by a lot of the drivers. So yeah, a great commentator. It does help if you've got a modicum of driving talent as well, so you can at least hope to partially understand what's going on. Oh, I don't think we need much to understand. That looks like a BMW. That is a big contact there. Florian Heeb for HWR. That is car number 3. I believe we can catch a replay of what's going on there. There we go. Oh no, GT4 McLaren, sorry. That is a GT4 McLaren. Oh yeah, no, there's a so that is a BMW. So he got past the McLaren. Oh, and he just, oh yeah. So yeah, he caught up a lot quicker than he thought he was going on the BMW. Tapped the BMW in the rear. That shunted him backwards, which then ended. Which then got him shunt in his rear from the GT4 McLaren that he'd just gone past. So took a massive shunt on both ends there. That is going to compromise the aerodynamics on that GT3 considerably. Ramadan now 2 seconds down on Pewter back. So Pewter back not looking back after getting that overtake done. Solidly done. As well, 41 seconds there. Emil Vogel in 6th place, catching up to Rockefeller in 5th. That's an 8-second gap there. So we will keep an eye on that one as well. Quick run down the order. Ayrton Manisha for Sunset Outrun. They're back up to 29th. Putting in some quick sector times, freshly out of the pits. With some good pit times shown there. There is the door for Khaled coming into the pits from 4th place. Leon Crane out behind the wheel of the Cryonics Racing Mercedes in 4th in the GT4s. Just coming to the Dottinger Straight, so Door will be hopeful of maintaining 3rd on the way back out. Mikhail Krasov can confirm has taken the wheel of the Ford and Dynamic collaboration, the GT4 People by Ford and Dynamic. to give them their full name. He is out and running. That is Crayon. It's Daniel Bourne. Just going past one of the teams in the class of the car of his sister car in the other class. I overcomplicated that sentence in my head and it just would not come out. Okay, yeah, and yeah, confirmation about tomorrow. Perfecto, got that one sewn up as well. Yeah, so we're on board there with Cryonics, Dynamic Motorsports by Carnage, up in fourth, a 5-position gain over the opening half of the race to find themselves up in fourth place again. Alexis doing particularly well around here. As promised, oh no, she's not finished that lap. We'll hopefully finish that soon. We're going to look and see what his time is. Florian Heeb coming in to the pits now today. If they did have damage, that has been repaired. Puderbach goes through, and so too does Ramadan. So they've both made their way past. So he's going to be out behind them. Oren Meggins for him. Felix just coming off the dotting straight and into the stadium section. He out and running, so that's not one they're going to be worrying about. Not with that Lexus straight line speed. Warner 23 seconds down now. On the GT4 on-track leader. That is a fascinating battle that's going to play out. No sign of any rain. We've had a couple of decent showers in the opening third of the race. I haven't seen much since then. A little sprinkling just as it was taken over from Christian. That seems to have gone away, although there's a little bit at the start as well. So yeah, there's been a fair sprinkling throughout the race. Still some close running in the BMWs, only 11 seconds between Engel and PW8 and the Mars BR team, and also Boris Sharp for Low Fuel Motorsport making an appearance in the race. That one has flown straight under my radar. But there is Boris out and running, was within 7 seconds of the How Long Can You team. Primozic out there. Some gratuitous camera time for the boss though. What do we think? All hail Boris Shark, of course, founder of LFM. Without him, none of this would be possible. Absolute legend. We have NZR New Zealand Racing says hello New Zealand Racing, welcome in, welcome in. 5 to 1 in the afternoon there, I believe. 5 past 1 in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. Although it looks like you were in the chat when I said that, so yes, I was literally just checking. We've got a New Zealand commentator coming very soon. You may well already be aware of that though, but welcome in, welcome in. Do you race at LFN? Do you race yourself? What do you race? All the questions. I do love to turn a hello into a full-blooded interview. Is the commentator in me? Oh wow, the race driver in me says that windscreen est no bueno. To butcher a language other than Scottish there. Yeah, there's definitely a few cracks there. But Boris outrunning very nicely indeed. Yeah, 103, there we go. So yeah, 13 hours ahead. Midnight here for me in Scotland. A lot of the drivers around the world, in fact. Bear with me a moment, please. Sorry, let me do some housekeeping. Right, I'm not sure why that's showing 0 pit stops. I've taken several pit stops. But yeah, there we go. We will get the driver's flags up as well so we can see, nice multinational grid, and that is still pinging. There we go. But I do race in many other leagues like Slipstream International. Nice, nice. I do some work with a few leagues down there. Tasman Racing League, Motor Motion E Series, Oz NZ. Is that one as well? George, as I say, George Cook will be here shortly. Yeah, lots of work down under, lots of racing going on down there as well. Absolutely love to see it. Some serious talent down there. Your Matt Durnettis, Guy Barbara as well. He is a bit quick. He is a bit quick. Guy Nahinja hitting as well. Yeah, but anyway, sorry, I could ramble on about quick drivers all day. Or we could just jump on board with a quick driver, doing it single-handed to raise money for his daughter, George Boothby, with a 40-second gap. He's even had a pit stop less than the vast majority of the GT3 field. Absolutely incredible stuff. TRL, yes, the oval racing I do on, I don't know what to say, Wednesday night for me, Wednesday morning for me. Yeah, in collaboration with Simple Broadcasts, so yes. But yeah, definitely TRL, Tasman Racing. Yeah, the ovals there are absolutely incredible. If you can keep enough fuel in your tank. Where's Mahaja? Let's see, Renato Simic, Alpha Racing Team, big yellow flag, and that is a big contact he has made with the wall. Let's jump on board and get ourselves a replay. Again, it's at night, there may be trees. Will we go for chase cam or will we brave the trees? Let's see what's going on with the Lexus here. Oh, just runs a bit wide onto the grass, doesn't lift enough, and it is. Yeah, I mean, a 90-degree spin could be worse, and just enough room to get the car rolled back into the road again and heading in the correct direction. So Simic's Florian Heap just out of the pits. That is a blue flag there as well. I'm not sure why Heap was showing a yellow flag. So we'll have another bounce around the field. Sean Tempest out behind the wheel of the Dakota car. Wow, there we go. Ricky Lafleur there just putting it on the grass. Still with an absolutely magnificent lead he's got up the front of the field. Oh, Puderback with a big yellow flag there. He's found himself off track and Ramadan's got past. So Ramadan's got past after Puderback has made a bit of a mistake there. And yeah, that's given the position back. Puderback certainly not giving up on this one though. He's absolutely hanging in there to try and get this one back, but it is going to be all for naught. I did say the McLaren does potentially pose more of a threat to the Lexus than the Ferrari, but that's not actually saying much in the grand straight line stream of things. Yeah. The Lexus is absolutely all-conquering. And to boot, there is Puderback just been overtaken by a blue flag Ferrari as well. So the Ferrari, well, Puderback must be running a fair bit of wing. That Ferrari, I really don't think is. As Puderback does come into the pits, that wasn't the last stage. Sadowski comes into the pits as well. So yeah, very quick Ferrari there. Very quick Ferrari. Sadowski though into the pit, so it's all changed there. Florian Heeb takes back a heap of places as we crack on. 16 minutes to the halfway mark. 12 hours into the 24, and yeah, George Boothby, he is pretty much led from the start. There was a couple of miles he didn't lead for, but the rest of the time is absolutely destroying it up at the front. He's just in an 8-minute 10.0. Renault Ritchie with another 8-minute 9. It's an 8-minute 9.4, so 6/10ths quicker, but the gap between the two has increased. It's now hovering on the 41-second mark. Absolutely wild how quick those two are. Sasha Wassner over a minute behind Renault Ritchie, and yeah, Wassner and the team absolutely no slouches in that Ferrari, but yeah, the Lexus are just clearly, I mean not clearly, my apologies, it's not clear it's the car, because it's not just the car. Boothby and Renault Ritchie, and Boothby doing the solo, Renault Ritchie and the team, I mean that is an absolute murderer's row of drivers that are joining Renault Ritchie. Nick Babin, Noah Sully, Vasquez, Rodriguez and Leonid Makovkin. Yeah, if you want to talk about an awesome foursome, that is it right there. It really is some phenomenal talent right through the field, as you would expect here over the top split. But the top two are absolutely splitting from the rest of the pack. Let's see what Oren Meggins is doing here. 1.3 seconds and closing the gap on Heap, who's not long out the pits, in Felix car. Looking to get themselves back into the top 10 if they can. They've got a long way to go, and they've got a decreasing amount of time to get there. I realise that's not quite the Smokey and the Bandit theme song, but it's close enough. It is close enough. 12 hours in the Nordschleife. It's one of those things, you do feel like you get caught in an eternal loop at the Nordschleife, because it is, yeah, so much track. It's just chaos waits at every single corner. Absolutely anything, any race changing incident can happen at absolutely any point in time. And Meggins for N Felix looking to get a race changing overtake, although that gap now up to 2 seconds. There is Renault Ritchie, as we thought. The Lexus driver coming at the pits, that'll extend the gap back up to 100 seconds with Boothby. Boothby has got some nice headlights and 44 minutes left of his stint. Sasha Wassner nearing the Dottinger Straight, so we may see a chop and change for second place. And as Renault Ritchie takes a pit stop, I myself am going to take a very, very, very quick pit stop. One of the many joys of commentating at this time of night. But yeah, I will be back very shortly. We will continue the coverage of the LFM 24 hours of the Nordschleife, a triple class race. GT3s, GT4s and BMW M2s. The full 24 hours will be covered. We've had Ben Sapper, we've had Christian Romano, we've had myself, John Wright, we're going to have George Cook, potentially Isaac Fogarty, myself and Ben Sapford, all still to come. So stay tuned, hit the like and subscribe on YouTube. Quick pit stop, back in a moment. There we go, back once again. Let's get this 10 minutes to the halfway mark. We're on with pit speed racing. Not so many teams speeding in the pit lane so far. We've seen one team with 7 drive-through penalties, one with 3. We're currently on board with Nikolai Polyakov, another team that's got an absolute murderer's row of talent behind the wheel. It's safe to say the race hasn't gone their way, certainly not the way I would expect it to go for them. I would absolutely, no disrespect to the rest of the GT4 field, but if I was told at the start of the race that Polyakov and the team led from start to finish, there would be absolutely no surprise in my face whatsoever. They are ridiculously quick. It doesn't look like they've got the car fully repaired, heavily entrenched with traffic as everyone constantly is. Gates stand there just having a bit of an off-track moment behind. But yeah, Polyakov and the team currently running in 6th position, and that's just how quick he is. Look, he's absolutely happy with the GT4s through the corners. Oh, sorry, he's in a GT4, of course he is. I was just looking down at the BMWs as well. And yeah, that is, sorry, hanging with the GT3s through the corners. While getting overtakes done on his own class. There is Berman coming into the pits from 36th place. Overall, a 3rd place, importantly for them, in the GT4 class. Although there goes Vegan out to put Callet Racing back onto the podium. Has been overtaken by Warner. So that's Sebula being into the pits. There's now a 50-second gap between those two. So again, that is going to chop and change all the way to the end of the race. I do love these long races with a longer pit timer. What are we looking at actually for the let me just have a look and see. Hold up. Oh goodness me. Apologies, some technical gremlins. Let's get back to spying on the race leader's stint timer. No, apparently not. What's going on? Okay, so he's driven for 31 and he's got 30 left, so it's an hour and 10. So yeah, 70-minute stint timer. Just making sure to confirm that. But yeah, 38 minutes left for Boothby to come into the pits. There is Megan's caught up to the back of Keeb after Keeb freshly coming out of the pits. Megan's will be in the pits pretty soon, and Felix will be looking to get an improvement on the position before they do. Proster Merck, good evening. Unfortunately, I'm unsure. What that says, bear with me a moment. Live chat, yes. But yeah, in predominantly English, German and Spanish, that is the combination that we have in the Twitch chat at the moment. Yeah, sorry, as I was looking over there at the chat, we did, or you all saw on stream, the overtake. I certainly managed to miss it. But he has been overtaken, never fear, another potential overtake on the horizon. Pit speed racing, just behind Team Purple Deluxe's Kevin Wetzel there driving the BMW Rocket, and it's going like a rocket at the minute. The Porsche, of course, one of the lower top end speed. all the GT3 cars. Such a tricky set of corners to end such a high speed section of the course. Well, that's certainly separated the two of them out. That extra pace of the BMW, absolutely destroying that there. It is Vasquez Rodriguez out for the Boomer squad, so he's taken over from Renault Ritchie. Already on to the Dottinger Straight in the Lexus, and as I say, that gap of 100 seconds re-established between the top two. It'll remain that way for the next 34. And then Boothby will be into the pits. We've got a battle for the top 5. So here we go, Marvin Moritz, Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic. They have got Emil Vogel for race place and got Firmly. Firmly ahead of them here, Firmly in their sights as well. That was the wrong class, but there we go. So yeah, Vogel now. Well, Moritz 3/10 of a second behind. And this is Ferrari v Ferrari, so... sorry, no it's not. Of course it's not, it's Lexus. Yeah, so we'll all know how this battle ends in 18 corners time. Through the carousel will go. Good exit by both of them. The Lexus absolutely knows the script here. We all know the script. Feel like David Attenborough on the Serengeti watching a lame gazelle being hunted down by an exceptionally agile predator, or especially cheetah. In fact, there we go, the quickest of them all, and it does seem like a fitting analogy. Could get the overtake that a little bit sooner. Look how quick they're getting through here. The track back to optimal 12 degrees. So the tyres now draining instead of blistering. Which is worse, it depends on your driving style and the car that you're driving, I suppose. You go through Brunchen, of course, one of the most famous pieces of railing in the Nordschleife boat lower. Not just because it's got Chad Rice on there. It's a popular spot for people to put their names. Let's see. It's not so much of a popular spot for overtaking, not easy to get it done through there. We're only a few corners away from. That's right, the Dottinger Straight once again, and once again we're going to see a Lexus put the prancing horse absolutely in its place as the Lexus almost goes into the wall. He has all kinds of aerial momentum there, taking the steering wheel left, right, left, right, left, right, and quite a few more by the look of it. That would have been a halfway celebration to avoid, that's for sure. We're only 2 minutes away as we head into the mini carousel. With these two still last 42 seconds down on Vasquez Rodriguez, who's second and third. Still as you were up at the top of the GT3s. I'm going to try and have a look and see what the GT4s are doing as these two get onto the Dottinger Straight. Just absolutely no contest here whatsoever. I did say earlier what would happen. What would we expect to happen if the Lexus is the one that starts in the slipstream? And there we go. The Lexus makes the Ferrari look like a GT4 car. We're not even under the advertising hoardings, and already the Dynamic Motorsport by Kalinic's car absolutely flying. There we go. Under the adverts into Tiergarten. The Ferrari will get close again because it is so much better through the corners, but it will make not a jot of difference because we're on to the start-finish straight. The Lexus is going to stretch its legs again and into turn number 1. It's going to be a comfortable lead for Moritz. He certainly won't be under any pressure. Oh, we've got 3 yellow flags. Showing 1. Oh, huge mix of traffic around it there, so he's going to go off track there. Oh, as we see one of the GT4s just having an off-track moment as well. All the fun of the fair as the fair continues around the side of the track. They're not giving up there. Chris Warner leading the way for Trem de la Course. Carl Schober out behind the wheel of the Prime E-Racing car. They are just coming through turns 1 and 2 in second place. And it is Javi Wegenhaupt for Khaled Racing Team. They're on the Dottinger Straight. They're in third place. Marko Pejic is out for GT Auto. In the Alpine, Cryonics Racing, the Mercedes. Whoop. A little bit of a moment there, all sorted. Where are they running? Sorry. 5th place at the minute, Polyakov, still in 6th. Is currently the fastest GT4 out on track. Geetstan in 7th for Henri. 8th place is Nalhala. Cosworth in 9th in the pits. And Racehouse rounding out the top 10 in the GT4s. Ricky Lafleur still putting an absolute schooling on the rest of the BMWs. I don't think anyone in that class would have... Sven Ball is out in the GT4. Yellow flag though. Hopefully running okay. He's got two GT4s still behind him. And over 2 minutes to the nearest BMW, that is Cal Racing's Fabio Grenier. Gazov for Fly-By Esports, currently running in 3rd in the BMWs. 4th place it's G-Werk. I'm expecting them to have a podium battle at the end. 5th place is No Skill, Just Luck. Gonzalez for G29 in 6th. In 7th place, there we go, the Racing Shelter. In 8th, it's the Slow Car Club again. Customs GT in 9th. And Apollo Motorsport rounding out the top 10 in the BMWs. Oh, Gonzalez though, he's about to lose a whole lot of time. To Pecula behind him. Gonzalez right in the car and getting going again. Tiergarten pulling tears from the drivers. And that is a bit of time he's lost. To Pecula behind him. Nicholson is catching up on Lafleur to try and get back up to the rest of the GT4 cars. So this will be a quick overtake as more penalties come in. Apologies, I need to keep refreshing that so they're popping up on screen as well. Yeah, there is Mickelson coming in then. So Mickelson comes in, sorry, just doing some broadcasting work. In the background there is Maffeo Letti once again involved in some racing action. Sven Paul, who's just come out of the pits. Let me just check. Yeah, no damage on the car. There was a yellow flag, I believe that was the pit exit line. Got very close to it. It's absolutely moving. Okay, that was from a while ago, my apologies. Notifications. Left and right, here we go. Yeah, so we're on board. Sven Paul. Oh, now I tell you what, he's actually got himself a bit of a breakaway there. Maffeo Letti. Now finding himself dropping down ever so slightly. Nicholson just coming out of the pits. So he is back behind Lafleur. What a race he is having up at the front. Again, doing this solo. Himself and Boothby up at the front. Both of them leading their... Oh, Vogel. Oh, Vogel's the wrong way. The Ferrari absolutely bouncing off the walls. That's a late night mistake by Vogel, and Moritz is looking for an overtake. Let's see. Car 181 replay 181. Here we go. Coming towards the halfway mark of the lap as we're just beyond. Oh, that is a brave corner entry there. Absolutely asking for trouble. We'll get chase cam, yeah, you can see. Yeah, absolutely bouncing off the wall. Sorry again, have to use chase cam because of the trees. But that is Vogel, big bounce off the wall, and we get back to the live action just in time for Marvin Moritz Lexus about to put a hurt on an Aston Martin. It's Rockefeller for the Freelancers, getting their up 9 positions to 4th place, so having a great race so far. But the mighty Lexus is here to turn that on its head through Brunchen. Once again, Moritz right on the back of his next intended victim. The last one absolutely fell by the wayside. The Aston Martin slightly better equipped to deal with the Lexus straight line, but again, it does make a blind bit of difference. The Lexus is going to destroy this one. Unless Rockefeller goes for the old rope-a-dope and tries to let Moritz ahead and then use the slipstream himself on the Tottinger. Can the Aston even get it done? Yeah, we all know the way this battle's going. We're going to stay on board and watch it anyway. And there's the party still going on in the background. Still a party going out on track as well. That is for show. There we go. The mini carousel. Cheeky little right-hander, and then we are on to the straight line dominance. Klopper in the top 10, completely stationary. We'll get a replay of that in a moment. We'll see this overtake first. Let's see just how quickly that happens. But yeah, car 23, that is. Oh, and Gladigu's going to get the overtake done there. Klopper is absolutely all at sea. Here comes the Lexus. Full Thanos mode engaged. I am inevitable. And there is the position gone. Moritz side by side. There's a blue flag ahead. We don't slot into place in front of the Aston Martin. Getting a cheeky bit of slipstream from the blue flag car ahead. This is going to be a tricky place to make their way through. They do just about navigate it as the GT4 McLaren takes a tap on the rear, then takes a tap on the front, gets straightened up. Ends up facing in the correct direction, but it is the Lexus that is through. Let's jump on to a replay and see what has happened to Escape Klopper, the B-Alien by Nitro Concepts car. Having a good run, Sebastian Jahenter just noticed this out for SimRC by Barmenia. Oh! An overly keen interaction with the curves. Oh, wow. Damage to the front, damage to the back, and cooked tyres. The trifecta of what you don't need, and what you also don't need is to be instantly put under pressure. That was a blue flag situation. Oh, Vasquez Rodriguez! Vasquez Rodriguez has binned it from second place as Gladigu looks to get one up on Kroper. Do we watch the overtake or do we look at the replay? Yes, it's second place. That is not close there, so let's jump up and have a look and see what has happened to long-time second place car. And what does this do to the rest of the race? Are they going to have to come in the pit for the damage? Are they going to lose a lot of time? Sasha Wasner, just puts it out on the grass, no traction there. 540 spin to contact the 90-degree spin to get straight again. More of a 630 spin, wasn't it? Yes, it was. It was a 630 to 90. There we go. Back to the live pictures we go. It's Gladigu that we're back on board with. As Vogel comes into the pits. As I reach for more honey-filled tea. Always a good idea to have caffeine at 25 to 1 in the morning. Here we go, Gladigu. This motor is absolutely piling. He's got two cars directly ahead of him. One of them is a blue flag, Zahentner. Goes past Vogel in the pits. So that's Simtas. Oh, and that is a big wiggle there as they make their way past. He's managed to hang on to though Gladigu in the Ferrari. He'll be glad of that mid-corner stability. Yeah, the Ferrari may be outgunned massively by the Lexus, everything is, but when it comes to straight top end speed, I did mention earlier the Porsche doesn't have much compared to the rest of the field, and that is about to be highlighted beautifully. We saw the difference between the Ferrari and the Lexus. This is the difference between the Ferrari and the Porsche. Could we even imagine the difference between the Porsche and the Lexus? But that is QRT, very good overtake there. And yeah, Vasquez Sully. Again, quick reminder of what's going on there. The gap now down to 35 seconds, but second place. Beyond the halfway mark, a completely uncharacteristic mistake. You see, just bounces on the curb and no grip whatsoever. Collects the wall, which slows the rotation and doesn't quite allow him to make it all the way back round to be facing in the correct direction to get the car going again. So yeah, a real rough break there for Vasquez Rodriguez. Not so much of a rough break though for LFM Esports. Sasha Waster behind the wheel has found another 3 seconds. On the car ahead at 8 minutes 16 for Vasquez Rodriguez. We'll see how much impact that impact has had on this lap. Tom Mueller, Cryonics Racing, is still running. That is a yellow flag, just a little moment off track there, letting blue flags through. Oh no, maybe not. Oh my goodness. That is not a happy looking car. Oh, and in fact I think, yeah, the incident's already taken place there. I think we need to jump back here. Yeah, so this is just a continuation of an initial incident, which I will bring up, I hope, in a moment. Okay. How does the car look at this point? Yes, no damage here. We're going to the late night chase cam. Oh, too much power. Too far out on the curbs. A whole lot of rotation and a whole lot of separation between the bonnet and front bumper. Yeah, that is a whole lot of air sneaking in there. And Tom Mueller is now a constant yellow flag. Got absolutely no top end speed. And there you can see keeping the car in a straight line means holding the steering wheel at 12:30. Left hand up, right hand down, of course, being 6 o'clock. Oh, through Tiergarten, doing everything he can just to keep it some kind of semblance of motion, and yeah, unsurprisingly, straight into the pits. Where I think we're going to see Boothby coming pretty soon. 18 minutes left of his stint. 20 minutes left of my stint. We'll see George Cook taking over. So yeah, I'll be departing the comms box just as Boothby is departing the pit box. I'll be back 8 hours after the finish, so 8 hours and 20 minutes from now I'll be back for a couple of hours, and it'll be Ben Sanford bringing home the close of the race. I think we're doing 2 each. Plan for the final 4. We will be finishing slightly later than scheduled. There was a bit of an issue with the server when we started, so the race, I believe, 15 to 20 minutes late kicked off, so we are in, as I say, for a slightly later finish than originally planned. Arseniy Pobodinsky for WePlay got his BMW back into the pits, and Thomas Mueller from Cryonics still in there, been stationary for quite some time, unsurprisingly, given the severity of the contact that we've just seen. It just is heartbreakingly cruel sometimes, the nature of the Nordschleife. Being such a long track, being so far from the pit lane. That is the real crux of the matter, being so far from the pit lane if you have an incident. It is just an absolute law of diminishing returns. Absolute law of diminishing returns. Grenier, currently in second. He's got 2 GT4s ahead of him. And then Ricky Lafleur. And, I mean, do we think Lafleur deserves more credit? I mean, I'm not taking anything away from anybody here, but do we think Lafleur, I mean, is this a tougher job? Sorry, doesn't deserve more credit. Is this a tougher job for Lafleur than it is for Boothby? They're both doing it solo, but Lafleur is doing it on the slowest car in there. He has been lapped by the GT3s. Goodness me, what is that now? 11 times. And he's been lapped by the GT4s 5 times. So yeah, slowest car on the track. Yeah, is that tougher than being in the quickest class? I mean, yeah, argument can be made it's tougher in the quickest class because you're driving on the edge, the car's a lot quicker, it can go wrong, really quickly. Again, especially around here. Sorry to harp on, sometimes you have to, the Nordschleife is a killer. Chris Warner, Creme de la Course. We'll see where Karl Schrober is compared to Warner when he comes out the pits. Wegenhaupt as well closing in. So there is Creme de la Course stationary, and Schrober is on the Dottinger Straight. A lot closer. Yeah, a good few kilometres closer than the last round of pit stops, that is for sure. So reeling in. Warner still stationary. Scholler in 34th place overall, still in second. Wegenhaupt is just coming to the Dottinger Straight, so will hold 3rd place. Won't improve on 3rd place at the moment. May temporarily lose it to Pajak. I think Pajak is going to end up back in the lead of the GT4s. What a class this is. I'm absolutely leaving the telemetry running just to make sure. Yeah, some big movers and shakers through the field. That is for sure. Car number 4. Pit Speed Racing. Yep, they've just had an incident. Let's have a look at that. I did see another one as well. So we'll grab a look there. Again, we're going to have to use chase cam because of the trees. And yeah, that is one of the GT4 Mercedes that was up near the podium. Oh, the back of the Porsche just goes, he taps the curb. I did say those things were higher than the Dutch Tourist. And that is the level of effect it can have on the cars. Totally throws them out of kilter there and sends them completely the wrong way. Maximilian Andre in the McLaren. Again, we'll jump on the chase cam. Gets a bit framey in the replays, apologies for that. We'll see what happens. Okay, so he's jammed on the brakes to avoid the pour, so that's why he got a yellow flag. Because of the pace he had, or lack of pace he had, but of course for a very, very, very good reason. Renato Simic, another one of the Lexus cars, another one in the top 20 as well. He comes in to the pit. Sasha Wassner finds himself now 41 seconds down on Vasquez Rodriguez. His previous lap 8 minutes 18. So he lost 7 seconds to Boothby, but Wassner did an 8.17 himself, so I think he's had a small incident. In fact, Marvin Moritz, the fastest driver in the top 5 at the moment, he's just clocked an 11.3. Jerry Ramadan's just had the yellow flag waved at him. Let's see what's going on there. That. Yeah, that's a McLaren GT4. He brakes much later, and the Lexus has just inserted himself on the curbs. So yeah, it was only a little nibble of a yellow flag there. Nothing major going on for Ramadan and the triple car piloted team. Lassett Streege comes into the pits for Madcap Racing. The Bentley in the top 10. As Jan Zimmer barrels along, he's out for B-Alien by Nitro Concepts. Barreling along the Dottinger Straight. I did want to check, obviously, the GT4s, and Hoffman is out ahead. Pardon me, Christopher Hoffman takes the wheel for Creme de la Course and keeps the lead. Karl Schober for Prime E-Racing 8 seconds behind. Wegenhaupt still out for Hallett. Yep, they've just started this lap. Pajik for GT Auto, then he'll need to wait to get himself back up to the front. But that certainly puts an interesting dynamic on the battle between Hoffman and Schober for what is potentially second, depending on how Pajik goes. Schmidt on 6 drive-throughs. Mike Hammer, 7 stop-go, 30 penalties. Collecting them like trophies at the moment. Let me just confirm that. Yeah, I fear that might be slightly erroneous data. But we shall see. Yes, so as I say, we will have a handover very shortly. We've got George Cook into the commentary box, the wonder from Down Under, no less. He'll be taking over for 8 hours. He'll be handing back to me, the poor lad. He's got to start and finish with the handover with me. My goodness me, that's not the way you want to spend an afternoon. But yeah, I'm sure he will soldier on. He's an absolute phenom on the mic and on the cameras. So yeah, looking forward to seeing, watching his part of the stream back tomorrow afternoon. Boothby, as I say, he is going to be coming into the pits very shortly. Can't confirm, less than 8 minutes for him to come in, so he is going to come in just as we're handing over. Perfect timing. We've still got overtakes arrive through the field. 1.6 seconds, Zhao Ray for Valkyrie, absolutely on the heels of Koenig at the moment. The car's called the Rocket, of course, Team TPDX, Team Purple Deluxe. A few of their drivers, and Zhao Ray making short work of that move there. I don't think Koenig necessarily put up much of a battle. Zhao Ray absolutely shifting at the minute, showing a lot quicker lap times in the cars around about them. So Valkyrie could well be one to watch. They've made 12 places in the first half of the race. Top 10, anyone? It is the Nordschleife. It is absolutely still on the cards. What's still on the cards, despite being a bit of time down, Marco Pajak, although I think the pit stops have... yeah, no, I'm not calling the GT4s in any way, shape or form at the moment. They're in third place. They've had 2 stops less than Hoffman. How much is that going to count in the closing stages? They are a minute 15 down on the current leaders in the GT4s, but they have spent a lot of time in the lead of the race. So we'll see how they go on. Hoffman with a mediocre 9-minute 1 on that last lap, so the traffic not being kind to him at all. And of course, the ones to watch, although Marko Pejic in 8.52, 2 seconds quicker than Polyakov on that lap, it still would not be surprised if when I get back here in 8 hours, Polyakov and the team are on the podium. We'll see how we go as Carl Schober comes into the pits, and in the BMW is still Ricky Lafleur, absolutely flying. Now only one GT4 between himself and Grenier in second place, but that is an incredible gap. Over 2 minutes Lafleur has got himself to the rest of the BMWs, and we jump on board with Nicholson in the GT4 McLaren. We can see him handily closing up, as you would expect, on our BMW race lead-out. Carlett Racing put him on an absolute masterclass of team racing, given their performances throughout the 3 classes. And yeah, Lafleur there, nicely done. So that does put Grenier of Carlett Racing as well, as I say. They're doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good. Gazov, the first non-Carlett Racing car on the podium for the BMWs. Then it is a GT4, and then it is G-Work Esports. They're in 4th position. They were up in 3rd. I do expect them to have a bit of a good run in the closing of the race. They're up 10 places on where they started. I think that's about 7 in class. We've got 74 cars, so we have lost a 3rd car, but that is an absolute testament to the teams and the drivers. We've done 12.5 hours here at the Nordschleife, and we've only lost 3 cars, as Boothby comes in a little earlier than I thought he would. So not quite a full stint there for Boothby. This might be his longer pit stop for the brakes. We will see. Gladihue joining in the pit for Carl. Very safe to say they've got more entries in the top 10 in this race than any other team out there, by a country mile. Several country miles, quite literally. Tom Pottage, for nearly on pace, brings his BMW in. No Boothby, no short stop so far. Is this man even human? Surely we need to get tested for alien DNA there. Quick reminder as well, Boothby is raising money for his daughter. There is the link to the video. I haven't seen it myself. And yeah, without even seeing it, still happy to promote the link. There's a donation link in there as well. So he is doing it single-handed to raise money for his daughter. So please do jump on over to the video, give it a watch, and then if you do or can, give a donation. Yeah, it would be more than appreciated, I'm sure. Boothby back out after that pit stop, 41 second 43, so he's actually gained quite a few seconds. No huge surprise given the incident we saw for Vasquez Rodriguez after tapping those curbs. So the last time Boothby came out the pits, he was 40 seconds ahead of the Boomer squad. He is now 49 seconds. So yeah, so Vasquez Rodriguez losing 9 seconds. Safe to say he's lost about 9 seconds to Sasha Wassner. He's gained 4 of them back now. 44 second gap for the LFM esports team. I believe Vasquez Rodriguez will be into the pits before the LFM team. 28 minutes left, and Wassner in the pits now actually, so I've got that massively wrong. There is LFM coming in. Marvin Moritz is a fair bit from the Dottinger Straight, so he's going to stay in 4th. Rockefeller for Freelancer in 5th. Sebastian Enter for Sim Endurance by Barmenia. They're back up to 6th place. Did say this team don't mess about. They won the season 19 ACC Drive Multi-Class Endurance Series, and I can confidently say, without any worry of reproach, they won it at a canter. It was an incredible display over the season themselves, and Carlett Racing, of course, winning in the GT4s. Wasner is still stationary. We've got 1.5 seconds between Adler and Gladigu. Freshly out of the pits, Adler behind the wheel of the Mad Cat car. So battle in the top 10 brewing there. Hoffman is a minute ahead now of Wagenhout. Pajic still in 3rd place. Polyakov in 5th. Still putting in some quick lap times. Second or so quicker than the cars ahead of him. And yeah, Ricky Lafleur is still absolutely nailing it. Absolutely nailing it. Yeah, just an absolutely phenomenal display. Again, any thoughts? What do we think? Is it more difficult to do it in the slowest car in a triple class race, or is it more difficult to do it in the faster car, which has more pitfalls? That is, yeah, so any answers in the chat, do let us know. We are about 2 minutes away from George joining us. We'll get him live in a moment. So as I say, the schedule, George's going to be here for 8 hours. I'll double check. I do believe Isaac Fogarty may be joining him for a bit as well. And then it'll be myself for 2 hours and Ben Sapper bringing us home. He had the opening, so it seems only fitting that he brings us the closing of the race as well. And just like every other handover during the day, as soon as you think you're getting a quiet point to do a handover, no, the drivers, they need some more attention, and it is Dennis Adler that needs himself a little bit more grip than Don Yobi ahead of him. He's certainly looking like he's got it. They've just made his way past the traffic there, but this is a tale as old as time. It is a Ferrari being absolutely hunted down by a Bentley here once again. The Bentleys, the Lexus especially, doing absolute wonders against the rest of the field. I do love the Bentley. It's got the passenger seat on the correct side of the car. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely love to see it. Confirmation there, it will just be no just about it. It will be George Cook who takes us through the next hours. I will just quickly. In there. And yeah, so that is my time for the moment coming to the end. I'm going to try and get myself some sleep. Mine is going to be absolutely racing after what we've seen here today. But fear not, the coverage of the LFM, the 24 hours of Nordschleife, will continue. And it will be in the more than capable hands of one Mr. George Cook, and he's been treated to an overtake as soon as he joins us on screen, as Nobi is overtaken there very handily indeed by Dennis Adler. That is 15 places that Madcap Racing have made up so far. Up to 8th place, that's not too shabby a showing in LFM. George, I can assure you, you're barely going to have time to breathe for the next 8 hours. If the opening 12.5 hours are anything to go by, it's yellow flags, pit stops and overtakes all the way. Welcome in, my man.
Thank you very much. Sleep, breathing. We don't do that at a 24-hour race. We all know that we inhale the fumes and we live the trackside life. That's for sure, John. It's been, honestly, from what I've seen so far, great racing out there. Some unbelievable performances. The likes of Boothby and even down the GD4 and the TCX class. Looking fantastic, and I'm stoked to be bringing you guys what is essentially the night shift. We'll talk more about that once I take over the broadcast.
Indeed, yeah, and of course, huge shout out. There's so much going on. I won't even try and begin to give you all the details, but two important highlights Ricky Lafleur in the BMW class. He's driving the race solo, and he's leading by 2 minutes. And in the
Fantastic.
it's incredible. And in the GT3 class, we've got George Boothby driving the race solo, leading by almost 2 minutes, and he's raising money for his daughter as well. There is a video, I've shared the link. I'm not 100% sure what is going on with his daughter. I am going to go and watch it now, but there was a donation link shared. But yeah, the two of them running the race solo. So yeah, if nothing else, it'll be interesting to see when they take their longer break, George, because we know, yeah, nature will win out. One of those, they're going to have to take a longer stop at some point.
I know some people will be thinking, oh, the 8-hour shift that I'm about to do is pretty monumental. Well, try a 24-hour. Try 12-hour. Try 16. At some point, they will need to take a little bit of a break, even just have a kip. On the sofa, get 2 or 3 hours of shut-eye if they can. But knowing these drivers, John, I tell you, they will not be wanting to be stationary for very long.
Indeed they won't. And of course, yeah, Boothby does have a marker to aim for. Luke Whitehead, in tribute to his dog passing last year, he did this race solo and finished third. Yeah, the benchmark is set for Boothby, and we'll find out exactly how that concludes in 11.5 hours time. But for the moment, that is all from myself. Huge thank you once again to everyone that's been in the chats and giving us the likes, the thumbs up, the subscribes, all that good stuff on the social media. As I say, I'll be back in about 8 hours time. Until then, it will be George Cook that leads us through it. The stream will temporarily go silent as George and I do some wizardry in the background for the stream to continue, so do stay there, and we'll be back in a moment. But until I am back again, stay safe, take it easy, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Cook, and I'm going to be bringing you the night shift, and so it begins. It's like something out of The Lord of the Rings. We are going to be defending the keep, and tonight, for the next 8 hours, it's going to be me alongside all of you. We've already got some messages coming into the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We've got Volley Power and Kev on saying good morning from Adelaide. Welcome in. Great to see you guys here. And I'm expecting to see a few Australia and New Zealand people jump in today. Already got some race control messages coming up on screen, as you can see. Strider Motorsport, number 57, the car 42, lap 83, penalty for the number 42. So already race control. They've been busy. They've been extremely busy. But as I said, welcome in. It is the continuation of the 24-hour of Nordschleife here at Low Fuel Motorsports. And big thanks, of course, to all the sponsors and all the commentators and admins who've been hard at work for the last 11 hours and 43 minutes. And now it is our time here. I'm actually broadcasting from New Zealand, so get all your jokes out of the way quickly, or you've technically got 8 hours to think of some really, really good ones. Race control. Another incident between the 362 car and the 136 on lap 75. Turn 73 now under investigation, to keep that on your minds as well. Welcome in, Kev, saying it's 11:40 a.m. there. Well, it's 2 p.m. here, 2:09 p.m. to be precise. I still don't understand Australian time zones. But, you know, we've got some tools online we can use for that these days. Time zone's going to be one of those things that's going to affect all the drivers, as we all know. Many of these drivers doing this from Europe. So right now it is 1 a.m. over there in most places in Europe. So, yeah, say them a little prayer, because they've got a lot of work to do. And one of those people that's got a lot of work to do is George Boothby. He's on your screen right now. We're just going to stay with him. We will go through the top 10 in the GD3s, the top 10 in the GD4s, and the top 10 in the BMWs, the TCX class, in a few moments' time. Live timing. If you want to go and look at the live timing, there is a pinned link in the Twitch stream right now. I know we're also going to YouTube, so say hello, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Nice to have you in here. Tell us where you're viewing from today. Are you in Europe? Are you in the Asia-Pacific region? Where are you watching from around the world? As I said before, I'm George Cook from New Zealand. And very nice of John to say wonder from down under and all that sort of stuff. He's sort of the wonder from... yeah, I'm not quite sure how to make a good joke there, but certainly the Scottish legend, the man with the golden microphone, doing his usual amazing broadcasting, likewise with the rest of the team here on the English LFM stream. Great to see everyone joining in and putting on such a good show so far. It is such a difficult thing to organise a 24-hour race. Right, well, let's get to it, shall we? Bear in mind, of course, you can go to linktr.ee/lowfuelmotorsports for all the socials. Go and check out caseking.de, one of our sponsors, and use that code LFM5. I'm also seeing a few chat messages coming in German. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to translate those. So if you want to ask, we're doing a combined chat at the moment. If you do want to ask me any questions, do chuck those in English, and I'll try and get to them. We do have many, many streams going live at the same time today. If you do want an onboard, if you want some information about who's who, then do let me know. But yes, unfortunately, I am rather limited in the number of languages that I speak. I do program in a number of languages. So if you want to speak to me in Golang or Python or Java, you go for it. I should be able to more or less interpret that. Right, let's get to it. George Boothby, of course, the man, one of two, in fact, doing a solo 24-hour stint. Unbelievable. The man is at 10 pit stops so far since I've been gathering data. 3 of them been done recently. His nearest competitor is number 2, Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez over there, doing an amazing stint at the moment, trying to catch up, but still 50 seconds adrift for the number 2. So the Boomer squad on a bit of a charge late in this race. They qualified a fair chunk down from where they are at the moment. The 181 car, Patush, is currently in that car. In P6, they actually qualified on pole position for this race. The qualifying held a couple of days ago before today's event. Well, a couple of days ago for me, a day ago if you're in Europe. So the number 2 doing incredibly well. We'll also just say, just before we continue, a little disclaimer here. We are connecting to the server from a very long distance away. And unfortunately, Captain, I cannot change the laws of physics. So the connection is slightly laggy, as you can see. You will get used to it. I have, after watching this for 4 hours. But yeah, apologies that the connection couldn't be any better. Unfortunately, we cannot change the laws of physics. We cannot change the speed of light, and that's just the way it is. On Nordschleife, with 74 cars connected and probably well over 100 drivers connected at the moment, there is no surprise that there is just a little bit of latency. Still, the cars look beautiful out track at this time of night. It is basically the middle of the night at the moment. I think it is 1:53 a.m. on track time, so very, very late, or early in the morning, I should say. In third place at the moment, it is the 255, so LFM Esports, putting their team and Sasha Wasner currently in the car. One of my favorite liveries in the Ferrari too, so great car to take around here. Great for saving that little bit of extra fuel, extending the stints nicely. They're sitting about 2.5 minutes or so behind the number 2, so right now not really in contention, to get up into P2 or P1 in this race. But still some potential out there. You never know what can happen in 11 hours and 12 minutes. So there's potential here for Wasner to put LFM Esports in a really good position later on in this race. In fourth position, it's the 112. As we do see race control send another message to a decision involving the 362 and the 136. And it is a 15-second time penalty for the 136 Dakota Esports, a name that I recognize very, very well in the European ACC leagues. Dakota Esports, more often than not, they are there in the league somewhere, or certainly one of their drivers does end up being on grid somewhere. But the 136 hit with a 15-second penalty. That's going to be trouble for them. But refocusing on this, P4, 27 seconds behind the 255. So the 112 here, I'm not quite sure how we're going to pronounce that, but the Dyne MC Motorsports by Kalanik. They are in the Lexus, and they are not too far behind. They are doing some really good lap times. Last lap time there was at 8:11.0, whereas Sasha Wasner was on 8:14.2. So right now on pace and on track to maybe get themselves a podium today, and what a drive that'll be from this team. Then it is Pascal Girard driving for the Freelancer team at the moment. I think he's got a couple of colleagues with him. Last lap wasn't great. It was a 9-minute, but I believe they've just come out of the pits. So sitting in fifth nicely, about 1 minute and 20 seconds off the back of P4. So again, a good drive in the later half of this race. It could put them up very, very nicely. It really depends. It comes down to how well these drivers are going to actually handle the situations out on track. We did have a brief yellow there for Rodriguez. But luckily, no, it does seem to be no worse for wear at the moment. But as I was saying, the nighttime drivers, unless obviously you're running a single car, they are the ones that you've got to keep an eye on, because they can be very quick and a lot can happen. Nighttime at the Nordschleife, there are no lights out there. You're only relying on your headlights, and what you have in your mind makes it very, very tricky. As we see 55 go on and make it past one of the BMWs. Another incident coming up between the 181 and the number 9 car, the G-Work Esports, in lap 88, turn 19, now under investigation as well. So, as I said before, the stewards are very, very busy at the moment. And here is the 312. Here's the 181. My apologies, looking at the wrong timing sheet there. The 181 car, Mika Pachusk. I think that's how you pronounce it. Again, apologies in advance if I do mispronounce your name. Please feel free to come into chat and berate me for it and tell me how to pronounce your name properly. That is the problem with having a slightly literally spoken mind. I read it as its potential, as it's sort of pronounced in terms of the actual consonants there, which is, especially when you're with European drivers, not the best idea. All right. So do let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I do apologize in advance. But the 181 car, they were the ones who qualified way up the grid, right there on the top spot, but for whatever happened earlier on in the race, they found themselves a significant distance behind, nearly 1.5 minutes behind the 55 car. So about the same distance between the 5th and the 4th position cars at the moment in the GT3 class, as we're seeing here for P6. And of course, involved in that incident as well with the number 9. So the number 9, of course, I think that is one of the GT4 cars. We'll just go and double check that very quickly here. Number 9 not showing up on my screen. Yes, they are. They're one of the BMWs. So Andre Gagal in the number 9 car was involved with them as well. So it was this car right here, G-Work Esports. I'm currently sitting 58th, but 4th overall in class. So they're doing very well. We'll get up to doing an update for them shortly, as we do see Mike Hammer for Reptile coming out of the pits. doesn't often tell us if they're actually in the pits or not. You still have to figure out, was that actually a yellow? It's worth checking. Lucas Road, at the moment for Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia. The Aston Martin, I love this livery, by the way. It's you don't think light blue and yellow really would work together, and it does. I think it just does. Honestly, hats off to the livery makers. I do not have a single artistic bone in my body, and I love the texture of that yellow. Isn't that brilliant? Maybe a little bit hard to see some of the text, but overall, they're in a good position. P7, 35 seconds behind the 181. So if there's any time infraction picked up by the 181, the 76 will benefit from that. Through we go on the chicane at the back of the Nürburgring GP course. Now into the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And I do correct myself, there are lights, but they're not really track lights. They're off-track lights. They're fun lights. They're red and blue and purple and green. And it certainly provides a really nice viewing experience, I have to admit. In P8, it is Dennis Adler for Madcap Racing. John was talking about them just before he headed off after his stint. And this Bentley crew has been doing unbelievable work today, up 3 positions from what I can tell overall. 3 pit stops to their name since I started collecting the data. That'll probably be around 10 or 11 overall. Best lap out there, an 8:11.7. So not bad pace at the end of the day. Already up by a couple of tenths heading through that first couple of corners, bypassing the Mercedes arena. So 8th position for them. They are over 2 minutes though to the back of P7, but maybe just slightly out of position in terms of their pit stops. We'll just do a quick check on that. It is 9 minutes and 10 minutes. In the meantime, we have had some another come into the pits. Well, this is Boris Scholk in P9 at the moment. That is not P9. That is not P9. That is another car. Yes, it is another car. No, in P9, it's the 137. So again, apologies. While I get up to speed with what's been a very dynamic racing situation here at the 24 hours so far. There's a lot to catch up on after what is essentially 13 hours. So do forgive me as I do get up to speed with everything. And as I said before, if you have any questions, please do put them in chat and I will respond. Don Nobby in the car for Callet Racing Team. Another Ferrari up there in the top 10, so they've got 2 at the moment. I'm sure they'll be... Fossey will be happy, of course. But the CRT team, they are fair distance back. Actually, this is actually quite close. So 9 seconds behind Dennis Adler right now, and 3 seconds behind them is Jan Zimmer, number 23, and rounds out our top 10. So this is actually very, very close. The B-Alien by Nitro Concepts car and the Porsche on a good run at the moment. 3 seconds is the gap right now between them. So they are going to have to do some work. But you can see there is the Ferrari just up ahead. 2 seconds the gap. So they are flying at the moment. Don Nobby been out there for 26 minutes so far. A little bit of traffic to navigate. BMW will eventually get more or less out of the way for the Porsche. Does it have that front grille that we all love? It does not. Okay, well that is just the way it is. So this is good, but this is Jan Zimmer is 1 hour and 51 minutes into their stint, so they will be in a situation where they'll have to come into the pits at some point relatively soon, because an hour and 51 minutes, I didn't even know the cars could go that long. But apparently they can, unless my timing sheet is telling me something slightly different, which is entirely possible. Usually, at least my knowledge, and I do drive ACC on PC, I do race in endurance. And usually an hour and 51 is just it's on the very long side. So I get the feeling that they may well have come to the pit. The data may update at some point soon. That is essentially how your top 10 in GT3 class looks at the moment. We will go on board. We will go on board here with Hilbert Boga, who's right behind another GT3 car. That is Dafa Nabiel. So Apex X looking to be overtaken at the moment. They're both on a similar pit strategy at the moment. 15 minutes out there longer for the number 8. So keep an eye on this one, because he'll be rapidly approaching. In fact, we'll be able to go on board in a moment to have a little look at what's happening. If my cameras do work, eventually they'll work. Eventually we'll get things working here, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There's the onboard we were looking for. So now we are on board with In Felix Racing, Hilbert Borger. So P14 at the moment, and right there, looking to overtake Apex X. Tricky part of the circuit they're coming into. 10:42. Love this. This is my favorite part of the track here. Dive to the left, you dive to the right, and you're really just not braking through this. You're just letting the car roll off the speed naturally. If you really want to push it, you can hit the brakes. Oh, is that going to be an overtake? Looks like it will be an overtake. They're going to be side by side, getting in towards YouTube corner, but don't want to be clipped at this point by a car or by a viewer. I can tell you, you will end up on those Nürburgring crashes videos, compilations that we all know and love, hence why it's now called YouTube corner. Up the hill we go, now down. This is where things get really fun because we've got the jump ahead and a BMW right there too. So that's really awkward for Apex C. They do manage to get through by going on the inside line. Really good work by that BMW to actually stay out of the way. So I tell you, I don't know if you guys have done that before, if we've got any of the GD4 or the BMW class drivers in chat at the moment. Let me know, how terrifying is it when that happens? It is absolutely unbelievable. In the background here, Sebastian Brunier, the 899, nearly on pace, but lost the position just a few moments ago to Oliver Martins. The McLaren driver. All right, I know who I'm supporting now. Okay, here we go. I know who I'm supporting. It's a McLaren. I'll support it. No questions asked. Rice Colburn. That is probably not how it's pronounced. Is it Riche Colburn? Well, we'll call them Rice Racing for now. It is the McLarens, and I am now a fan of them officially. You might be able to tell I have slight bias issues. If it's a McLaren out on track, I don't care who's driving it. I will support them. I love the McLaren. I love the McLaren at Nordschleife as well. Very tricky, though, when things get bumpy, and it does have a tendency to slam the underbody into the bottom of the tarmac, but you see the fire, the flames, out on the side of the car, as well as from the spectators on the side too. So there we go, a little bit of a close battle going on. Borger still in a battle up here, as is Hans Zimmer, so these two still going at it at the moment for position. And P14, P13, same thing here. So looks like Jan has caught right up to the rear wing. That happened quicker than I thought. Don Nobby, not particularly fast out there right now. And Porsche's going to be looking for a move. Tries down the inside. Not quite enough space there for them. Got to be so careful overtaking at the Nordschleife. And this is really difficult because you want to hold the inside line down the hill, and really is only space for one car at that point. So good driving here by Nobby. Jan Zimmer still trying to find a way past. Now they're on the fast flowing section. They'll go left, they'll go right. They'll clip these curbs ever so slightly. Then you're into just a tap of the brakes as you turn in and let the mechanical grip just sweep you through the right-hander. And now coming up the second carousel. Again, another tricky place, very tricky traction zone on the exit. Stewart decision has been made regarding the 181 and the number 9. No further action for causing a collision there. So probably just either a little bit of netcode or an innocent racing incident as the BMW got out, or the GT4 I should say, got out of the way of the 181. So that's lucky for them because that would have put them back into spitting distance of the 76. Now, of course, the battle for P6. Now we're seeing the Porsche stretch its legs. Ferrari's a little bit limited sometimes on top speed. Does depend on the setup. The Porsche pulls out into the wall of air, cold air, and we'll have the nice side slip when we get that good run. Will they be side by side in the first corner? Over the crest of the hill we go. And yeah, looks like that is a good move. Jan Zimmer and the number 23 move up into P9. And at the moment, probably no fight back really on the horizon for the 137 car at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the remainder of these battles. Still a close one for 14th between these two. They are just coming through turn 16, so just really starting a lap here at the Nordschleife. According to my timing, we're on lap 92. I think we might be a little bit further than that. If I do, does someone want to do some quick math for me? What lap are we actually up to right now, approximately? Because I wasn't able to run my data telemetry tool all the way from the start of the race. So unfortunately, I'm missing about 8 hours worth of telemetry, which is why it's saying laps 92. I don't actually think it's laps 92. Something inside me. I can't do the math on the fly, so someone in chat can help me. If it's gonna be an 8-minute 11 lap, 92 laps, someone do the math for me, please. That'd be much appreciated. Battle on track still for P21. We'll get to the coverage of the GT4s in a few moments' time. Do you see some yellow flags happening? And yeah, that is unfortunately Ayrton Manisha, the Sunset Outrun, having a bit of a problem in P31. So this is J.O. Ray in the 77 and the HWR car, Kevin Rowlands Rowlands in P19. That's the battle going on for P19 right now between the Ferrari and the Lexus. Lexus, of course, here, very strong choice. As we all know, it is uncatchable on the straight. Unviable through the corners, but uncatchable on the straights. Let's just put it that way. P20 has just come into the pits, so let's take a little look now at the GT4 class. And of course, Christopher Hoffman, what an unbelievable job he is doing at the moment. Creme de la course, of course. Of course, it's creme de la course, of course, in their Chevrolet. One of my favorite liveries out there as well. I love this dark sort of orange theme. Really, really cool. Running P33 overall, and about 427 seconds behind the back of the GT3 field. Who are sitting about a lap and a half off the rest of their competitors in the GT3 class. So he's currently over 2.5 minutes away from his nearest competitor. It's Marco Pejic for GT Auto in the Alpine. So there's a big, big gap here in the GT4s. But as John's alluded to earlier on, there is absolutely no reason why that will not come down. It looks like Marco Pejic might have to come in for a pit stop at some point soon. It's about half an hour difference between Christopher Hoffman and Marco Pejic in terms of the time. So 47 minutes at the moment on the stint timer for Christopher. Marco's at an hour and 12. So Marco will be in soon. That will probably bring Ben Zeitz in. So Cryonics Racing in P3 in the GT4 class in their Mercedes. And that is a very interesting maneuver by one of the cars out there on track. Who on earth was that? Is that another one of the GT? That's Fabian Krescher for Calat Racing Team, the GT4 competitors. Are they GT4? I think they are GT4, yeah. Because it's a Mercedes, so it must be GT4. They have come to a complete stop in a very awkward place, admittedly off the racing line, which is good. But for whatever reason, Fabian has pulled off to the side of the track, and it is absolutely dead in the water right now. That is not ideal. He may have to reset. I mean, he's only 100 meters from the pits. He's turned off the car, so he must have some sort of input issue or hardware issue going on. Has got it going. There we go. Okay, just as another car comes on through, a GT3 car, and he'll be in the pits, I think. Yeah, okay, right. Well, that was a brief moment of excitement. Let's return to more excitement, because in fourth position in the GT4 class, it's Daniel Doer, Calat Racing Team, with so many cars on track. It's a shame that it's spelt C-A-L-L-I-T, because if they spelt it K-A-L-I-J or T, it'd be DJ Calat Racing Team, in which case they could say, and another one, and another one, and another one, because that is how many teams they have out there racing today. It's a very impressive field of drivers they have fielded, which is great to see. And of course, 74 cars still on track today. Only 3 lost from the server for whatever reason. Daniel Doer, he's right on the back. So this is going to be a real close call for them. They're going to have to do some serious work, the Mercedes driver, Ben Zeitz. We'll focus on this battle for just a little bit. There's Mercedes versus Aston. Right now, in terms of previous lap times, Ben Zeitz was slower by 3 seconds, 8:57, versus the 8:54 of Daniel Doer. Calat Racing Team are in prime position on this one. Into the Nordschleife we go. Through that very fast downhill right-hander. Now the tricky section comes. I have personally, I actually haven't driven GT4 cars or the BMWs here at Nordschleife. I consider myself a bit of a Nordschleife expert, quote-unquote, expert in the right circles. You know, certainly not compared to any of these drivers, but I know it pretty well. certainly from GT3 perspective. But so I'm not quite sure how dicey the rear end is during that section of track. And the GT3 car, you're really feathering on the throttle, feathering on the brake, letting the car's momentum take you through the corners. Becomes really, really important to do that. Otherwise, you're just forcing the car to lose traction. You're forcing the energy into the direction that it really shouldn't be forced into. So when you do that, you do end up in some serious trouble. The car will step out on you. But these GT4 cars look a lot more planted through that early section, going a lot slower, of course, on track. So that does make a big difference. To Arenberg, and at the moment doesn't look like Daniel Doe has really caught up at all. The gap is still 0.7 of a second. It's basically hovered exactly there for this entire first section of the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring GP course. So at the moment, no real progress being made by them, and we'll keep an eye on them as we cycle down. I don't feel like this is probably not going to be changing anytime soon, but now that I've said that, it probably will. So I will probably... yeah, now I'm in two minds. Do I switch the cameras or do I not switch the cameras? It would just be Murphy's Law that if I switch the cameras now, it will change. Basically, don't watch a kettle boil, right? Because it'll take ages. And then you step away for, I'll just do this one thing. You come back and the water's cold again. So you don't be distracted when it happens. You got to stay with it. Hank Tassi, looking like he's just coming to the pits. That's P27, the number 136 car. This really doesn't look like the order of this is changing. And I get the feeling that Daniel Doe is quite happy just to sit in the slipstream of the Mercedes for now. So we will continue our run through that. I'll keep an eye on it if things do change. Miles back on track, and I mean literally miles. We are talking 5 minutes, I think. 5 minutes back in the race. Mikhail Krasov for the GT4 people by 4 Ort and DYNMC. An amazing Maserati. I think this is the best looking GT4 car, personally. I don't know if it's the fastest or the best, but I think it's the best looking. And certainly their livery has done some serious justice. What a machine. They're the number 40 car in 37th place overall. They are 5th overall in this race. Oh wow. It's not even late here and I'm already having a little struggle with my counting. Well, we'll see what happens after being in the commentary box for 8 hours. Yes, I'll be with you, ladies and gentlemen. George Cook with you for the next 7 hours and... Oh, time's already flying. That's fantastic. 7 hours and 30 minutes. Broadcasting from New Zealand, hence why we're getting a little bit of lag on the server to the destination being here in New Zealand. So we do apologize for that, but unfortunately we cannot change the laws of physics, Captain, as the great Scotty would say, and as John may say, should he say those words without putting on an accent. Noah Sabula is in P6 at the moment in the GT4s. Behind him, it's the number 420, Julia Jathian. Henry Racing Team on a good run at the moment. James Julian, the 666. Not too far behind. By the way, the 420 car, they are only 4 seconds behind their nearest competitor here. So have a look there. Catching up with the number 78. Hand over fist at the moment, though. The last lap was not great. A 9-minute 07. To keep that in mind. In 8th, it is Matt Evans in the GT4 for Cosworth Racing. That's a proper Premier name, the Cosworths there. And the Chevrolet. Get another good... all these cars look good, don't they? Then it is Ludger Schindler. Skidmark Racing and Friends. They were recently part of an incident. I don't recall what exactly happened between them and Race Control or the other car that was involved, but I don't think they were penalised. Number 42 in 42nd position overall. There you go. Little mistake there. That'll be on the YouTube clip. Unfortunately, it's at the right corner. That's where we get all the accident clips. Right there. Those spectators behind there. They're the culprits. You can see them. We can see you. Glenn Selk. And he'll be rounding out the top 10 in the GT4 class here. Racehouse Esports. The number 31 car. 43rd overall. I do want a little shout out here for the number... Oh, look at that. It's a McLaren. Oh, look at that. It's a McLaren. It's a GT4 McLaren. Fantastic. I'm a fan. As you may have heard before, I'm a little bit biased to the McLaren, so if they're in a McLaren, I will support them. In the meantime, Ricky Lafleur, another one of these unbelievable drivers. And I tell you what, this is one to mention. So we'll get back up to George Boothby in a moment. George Boothby and Ricky Lafleur both driving solo for 24 hours. And guess what? They're both leading their categories. George Boothby, a small mistake there as the fatigue, I'm sure, starts to set in for Ricky Lafleur. He can afford to go off track a few times. That's really not a problem. You don't usually have to worry too much about violating track limits of this, because as soon as you're off the track, you're losing time. So most of the time, you really don't need to know. We have a raid to the DE LFM channel, so thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting us here. And for those of you who are looking for the English stream, well, it's over here. Hello. Ricky Lafleur, what an unbelievable drive this is. I mean, I've personally, so I can compare this to my own experience. I've done 12-hour charity drives myself, and it was nearly 12 hours continuous, probably about 30 minutes of break tops in the whole thing for charity. 24 hours has never come up on my mind as a thing that is even possible to do solo. So I want you to all keep that in mind. What an unbelievable situation this is. And guess what? He's a bunch of time away from his nearest competitor. Over 2.5 minutes ahead of Tim O'Ryan, who's in a 4-person CRT team. Unbelievable. Fantastic stuff by these two guys. We'll be keeping a close eye. It's certainly not necessarily wrapped up here. Not necessarily fully wrapped up at the moment. There's still a long way to go, and Ricky Lafleur will probably need to make a longer pit stop at some point so that he can get a rest, get a break. This has been 13 hours and 15 minutes on the trot right now as he tries to stay out of the way of one of the GT3s coming on through. Does so nicely. 13 hours, 15 minutes on the trot. At some point, you start to get diminishing returns. At some point, you've got to just stop. You've got to have a break, and you've got to regenerate a little bit. And I'm sure he's got friends there helping him out, bringing him drinks, bringing him popcorn, bringing him candy bars, and the whole thing. But at some point, your brain just reaches a point of diminishing returns, and that's the point where you need to have a break, even just a bit of shut-eye for an hour and a half. Just then get back in the car and keep on going. So take a bow. Round of applause behind them. It's the 238, so it's the 237, the 238, and they're leading P1, P2 for the BMWs, the TCX class at the moment. So as you can see, Calat Racing Team fielding both of them. Behind them, it is Born Edin Gazov for Flyby Esports. P3 at the moment. There is a significant gap back to P4. So the BMW class at the moment are substantially separated out on track. Doesn't mean that things are not going to switch up. I'm noticing that the 295 car, which we're looking at right now, behind Adin, they are going to need to do probably one less pit stop at the moment. They're out there doing some slower times, but I think they might be doing a bit of fuel saving, a bit of strategy today. Try and reduce the number of pit stops they have to do overall. You know, ideally, if you can get to the 25, 26 pit stops area and really reduce them, most teams will do 30 plus. That's just the truth of it. Most teams will do 30 plus pit stops. But if you can do 26, 27, you know, those pit stops really do start to count. And, you know, it adds up to those minute and a half, 2 minutes that you've lost over the course of 16 or 18 hours of racing. So this is the kind of strategy thinking that they need to be on at the moment. You know, you don't want to be doing too much in terms of sending the car into an overtake erroneously and then wondering what happened later on, right? Let's continue through the TCX class. It is Andre Gagel for G-Work. He's currently sitting in 4th position in the BMW class. There was an incident between them and the 181 GT3 car, but no further action taken by the stewards for that one. Chris Macron is in the pits. No skill, just luck. Oh, it's a great team name, that is. That is a great team name. I really want to make a team called 1159 at one point, because that's about the amount of preparation that I put into racing these days. That's why I'm here in the commentary box and not out there on track racing. So behind them in 6th position, I believe it is. Yes, 6th position. It is. Oh, here we go. Right. If you all want to have some fun, you can place a bet right now. Will I pronounce this name correctly or will I not? Probably not is my guess, so I'd suspect that you probably got some pretty good odds if I do. The racing shelter, it is Radoslaw Zanimirovsky. I think I got it right. Let me know in chat, how do you think I did? Zanimirovsky. Up 2 positions overall in their category. Just coming through turn 40 at the moment. They are a fair distance off the back of the other drivers, about 5 minutes difference by the looks of it. And behind them, 2 minutes behind them, Manny Lange, SCC, the Slow Car Club. Another great name. Oh, wow. Ooh, ouch. That is a GD3 car having a massive incident with the barrier. Saying hello to the old barrier. We'll see if we can find who that was. Was it? No, it was not these guys. So a little bit hard sometimes to tell exactly who it is. Might be the number 13. No, it was not. It was not indeed. All right, well, let's just continue through the... we'll just quickly try and get through the rest of these current standings. Because I tell you, we do want to go and check out what's happening around the rest of the race. Manny Lange, as we said, from the Slow Car Club. Jose Luis Arenas, Arenas, I think it is. The G29 team. Great steering wheel, by the way. That's what I started my sim racing journey on. And then Javi Martinez. They're all separated by a fair chunk at the moment. The closest battle I can see at the moment is Boris Scholk for Low Fuel Motorsports. Boris, I think we all know Boris. Down 1 position overall, but he's only 4 seconds behind Maximilian Hartmann. So this is a battle really brewing at the moment. We're steeping the teabag in the hot water at the moment for this fight. That's going to be essentially for a top 10 position. Overall, we have just seen the entire grid jump up. Something has happened, I think. Have we lost the car? We may have just lost the car from the survey. We are down to 72 drivers. That puts us up to 5 cars lost here today. And I'm not sure who that was. We will try and see. Florian Engel in the pits. Looks like Michael Poppig has come back out okay there. Hans Zimmer in the pits at the moment by the looks of it. Or just, no, Jan Zimmer not in the pits. So far, still got the leaders in here. George Boothby still running on the track in P1. Number 2 car. Have switched drivers. Now Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie for Boomer's squad. He's jumped in. Sasha Wozner is now up to P3. So this is a great bit of running here from the LFM Esports. It was Lucas Busak in the number 112 car. Looks like they've just come in for a pit stop. Let me do a double check here. Yes, 22 minutes ago, number 112 has come in. 48 minutes on the stint timer there for Sasha Wozner. So, and looks like Emil Vogel has jumped in for the number 181 car. So they are going to be going for a fair distance now. And the 181 car is sitting 30 seconds only behind the number 76. They're all slightly mismatched at the moment in terms of the pit stops that they're on. So that is one thing to note. They're all just going to be a little bit out of sync. And this is the wonderful thing about 24-hour racing. I don't usually like to make predictions. I know that John Wright loves to make predictions. He's really, he can be really good and also really bad at it. And I try not to make predictions because I know how much things will change in the 24 hours. I think last time we had the Case King 24 hours, it was the second 24-hour race that LFM did, and I was doing the race start, mid-stint, and also the end of that stream. It was a great race, by the way, but we had the 3 top teams. 2 of them crashed in a major way, and the whole race changed in the last 30 minutes of the 24 hours. So whatever you end up seeing out on track, I mean, yeah, have fun making that prediction, because it will be wrong. I think you're better odds just making a little bit of money by saying that at the end of the day, everyone else is going to be wrong about this. Small battle brewing here. It is Tom Mueller and Daniel Burke. Daniel Burke, I recognize that name. ACC Equipped Racing. Daniel Burke. Down 4 positions overall, as we do see slightly slow running here from Bastian Opperman. We'll go back to the battle between Tom Mueller and Daniel Burke in a few moments' time. Just checking out why we've got a slow running GT3 car here. Yeah, something has happened. Something major has happened here to Bastian Opperman. They've had a major crash, and that car's looking rather worse for wear. Now, one of the things that we're not too keen to do, in fact, we could try this now. We could try this now, but the replay functionality, ladies and gentlemen, has been a little bit here and there and it does start to glitch quite a lot. So I'll show you what I mean. It's not great, and if it continues, we won't carry on with the replays. Let's have a little look. Yeah, as you can see, very, very laggy, but no obvious issue for the 555 actually, strangely enough. So I think they may have had some sort of hardware issue. Maybe they just needed to take a quick break there. They've got the lights on. They've got damage at the front of the car, strangely enough. So I do wonder what's going on. And oh, here we go. Here's some rain. Right, ladies and gentlemen, time for some fun. Here we go. I tell you what, let's have a little look. If we bring up the actual broadcasting thing here. Yeah, we have rain coming on through, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, prepare for a flurry of activity in the pit lane. Looks like it's going to be light rain for the next 10 minutes. The track has already gone greasy. This may well have been why the 555 had an issue. 12 degrees Celsius out there, but the rain is coming down. It'll go dry again in in about 10 or 15 minutes. But we will keep an eye on that. Track is now greasy. That is excellent fun. We love to see it. I'm not going to be right back. We just got to go and switch this back to blank over there. There we go. I'm getting used to this slowly. But surely we've got a couple of overlays there at the moment. Unfortunately, there's some small issue with how my ACC is changing up the different components of the overlay. So we're not able to combine those two views. In fact, if I show you, I'll show you, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it looks like when we combine it. So it's not great. So we're going to do one or the other, but I will keep a close eye on the weather conditions throughout this night shift. Battle of, what's the keep? What is the keep in Lord of the Rings? Yeah, I can't remember. Helm's Deep, that's the one. The Battle of Helm's Deep, the 8-hour stint for night shift commentary. Remember to keep me company, ladies and gentlemen. I know you'll all be like dozing off and going to sleep and all that, but any company is appreciated. If you want me to focus on a particular car, if you want some updates from particular people, do let me know. Let's keep an eye here because with the rain coming down, I don't think there's enough rain there to really justify coming into the pits. You shouldn't be switching onto the wets for this. We do have a number of people who have come into the pits as a result of that rain, but I don't think you need to. Very, very short, brief period of rain out there. It's not even across the entire part of the entire circuit. There will be still plenty of dry spots out there. We're looking at George Boothby at the moment. He's coming down the straight number 3. Yes, it's the Dohinger straight. So we'll just have a little look, because if he's decided to come into the pits, maybe the rain is a little bit more significant than we thought. Also got the battle between Daniel Doer and Ben Zeitz now really starting to shape up. They're separated by nothing on track, so we are hovering over the camera button to change that. Here we go, last couple of corners before we know if there's going to be a pit stop. Is the rain serious enough for George Boothby to consider jumping in there in his Lexus? The Lexus already not great for traction. I can't imagine it will be. No, he's not. And I think that's the sensible thing to do. It is going to dry up very, very soon. The rain will be gone in several more minutes. Is the track still greasy? That's the real question. Or has it gone wet? It's still greasy, so it's still greasy track out there at the moment. So no real change to the conditions. So George Boothby not deciding to pit at the moment. And here we are. This is the battle once again. One that we've been looking forward to as well. This is for 3rd position in the GD4 class as well. So this is significant. Very wide run there for the 711. Forces the Aston, unfortunately, directly onto the curb and loses them a bunch of time. So gap's now gone from 0.3 to 1.2 seconds. So I can see some people in the chat saying box, box, box. No, I don't think you do. There's too little rain for too little time. Unless you're due for a pit, even if you're due for a pit stop, you don't pit at this time. You do not pit. You just handle the conditions out there as they are. Yes, you'll be sliding around. Yes, it'll be slippery. Yes, it'll be nasty. But it's going to dry up again. So you don't want to be sitting in the pits waiting for a tyre change to then go out to find that it's going to go and dry up again. And remember, your tyre choice, your pit stop strategy has such an impact. It's an 8-minute lap. 9 minutes for some of these guys in the GT4s. So when you make that decision to switch onto the tyre, you are stuck with that for some period of time. There's a BMW just trying to stay out of the way of a GT3 and 2 GT4s. The 2 GT4s we're focusing on at the moment, the 437 and the 711.
That's the view at the moment. We'll get an idea of how much rain is being kicked up by the Mercedes. It'll also give us a pretty good idea of the kind of grip levels that the rear tyres do have at the moment out on track. Not looking too bad, to be honest. This is exactly what I was saying, everyone. It's not actually too bad. A little bit wide there from the Aston in the background, but that's not surprising. Still 1.2 seconds the gap. Going to be difficult to close that up in these conditions, and by all means, it looks like the Mercedes and Ben Zeit's looking much more comfortable in the wet at the moment compared to Daniel Durr. That said, this could all change again. The Aston will be quick on the straight. Mercedes should be relatively quick as well, but there will be a little wisp of slipstream involved once they get to the straight 3. They're just on the long, fast section now, going uphill. Turn 35, now 36 in a few moments' time. Yeah, so honestly, these conditions, I wouldn't be too frightened of staying out there. We'll see if we can find out if anyone else is on the wet tyres. Has anyone else decided to change? Well, we've got someone in the pits at the moment. It is Paul Bomb. The 404 speed not found. Isn't that great? That's fantastic. For all the computer nerds out there, actually everyone these days should know what a 404 is. 404 not found, in this case speed not found. So it's the HTTP error codes as per sim racing. Wonder what the 417 teapot would be. That'd be car retirement, wouldn't it? 417, I pulled into the pits and I'm having a cup of tea. 500 server error, that's when you get a car upside down on its roof at the Nordschleife and the server crashes. I'm just going to touch some wood. I'm just going to touch some wood right now because I feel like I might have just cursed something. It happened last time that I did this as well. Last time, it was about, must have been about a year ago. And confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, before I continue on with that, story that is very, very appropriate for Halloween period of time. We are going to be switching to a new stream, the part 3, in a few minutes. So the stream will end, and we'll just find the new stream. So basically on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, you just click on Low Fuel Motorsports. Part 3 will come up in a few minutes' time, okay? So I'll go and check my messages because I get the feeling that Chris may be messaging me saying, hey, we're going to switch things over in a few minutes' time. And I'll just double check what I need to do. So we'll take a very quick break on the commentary. I will leave you with one of the battles in a few moments' time while we get this all sorted out. I think it will be... So we'll be stopping the stream for a few seconds, and then Chris will tell me when I can go live again. So both the Twitch and the YouTube will go down for a few moments' time. And yeah, Chris, once you're ready, just let me know in the Discord. I am keeping an eye on that now. I'll chuck it onto autopilot. And we'll let the autopilot take control for the moment, and I'll take a quick break. Cool, okay, well, since we're coordinating here, we will do that right now. Let me leave the cameras exactly where they are. We will be stopping stream, so we'll catch you in a few moments.